Hello and welcome to Dead Signal FM. We're glad to have you here tonight. Before we begin, let us know in the comments, where in the world are you watching from? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now get comfortable and let's begin. Echoes in the walls. The rain had been falling for hours by the time I reached the gates of Thornwood Manor. Lightning split the sky, momentarily illuminating the imposing silhouette against the night. 3 stories of Victorian Gothic architecture loomed before me, all sharp angles and shadow, water streaming from the gargoyles perched along the roofline. I shouldn't have come. Every instinct told me to turn back, to retreat down the muddy driveway to where my car sat with its flat tire, to brave the storm and walk the 15 miles to the nearest town. Yet something pulled me forward, curiosity, perhaps, or a strange sense of inevitability. Uncle Richard had been dead for 6 months. The letter from his attorney had been unexpected, as was the news that I'd inherited his estate. I'd only met my reclusive great-uncle once as a child, a brief encounter that left me with nothing but the vague impression of a tall, gaunt figure and a lingering scent of pipe tobacco. The house must be occupied for a minimum of 1 night before the inheritance can be processed, the attorney had explained over the phone earlier that morning. An old stipulation in the family trust. Quite unusual, but legally binding. 1 night. That's all I needed to endure. Morning would bring the attorney, the paperwork, and the promise of financial freedom. I could sell this monstrosity and finally escape the crushing debt that had defined my life since college. The ancient key turned with surprising ease in the front door lock. It swung open with a low, prolonged creak that seemed to reach deep into the house's bones. The smell hit me immediately, musty and stale, with undertones of wood polish and something else. Something faintly medicinal. Hello. My voice sounded small in the cavernous foyer. Anyone here? The only response was a distant drip somewhere in the darkness. I fumbled along the wall until my fingers found a light switch. A massive crystal chandelier flickered to life overhead, casting warm light across marble floors and wood-paneled walls. Despite the grandeur, there was something profoundly unwelcoming about the space. I pulled my phone from my pocket. Still no signal, as expected. The battery was at 15%. I need to conserve it. My footsteps echoed as I moved deeper into the house, wheeling my suitcase behind me. The entrance hall opened into a grand sitting room on one side and a formal dining room on the other. Straight ahead, a sweeping staircase curved to the upper floors. Family portraits lined the walls, generations of stern-faced Thornwoods staring down with identical expressions of quiet disapproval. Thunder rumbled overhead as I stood at the base of the stairs, looking up. Something cold touched the back of my neck. Not a physical sensation, but a feeling. The distinct, uncomfortable awareness of being watched. I turned quickly. Nothing but antique furniture and heavy drapes. Get it together, I muttered to myself, gripping the smooth wooden banister. It's just an old house. The stairs creaked beneath my weight as I ascended to the second floor. The landing branched into a long hallway lined with closed doors. The wallpaper was an ornate burgundy pattern that seemed to shift in the dim light, like something living just beneath the surface. I tried the first door on my left. A bedroom, untouched and immaculate, clearly a guest room. The bed was covered in a thick quilt, and heavy curtains framed the windows. It would do for the night. After bringing my suitcase in and setting my phone to charge with my portable battery pack, I decided to explore a bit. If this place was truly mine now, I should at least know what I owned. The house was larger than it appeared from outside, with oddly arranged rooms that defied the expected floor plan. Some doors opened into spacious chambers, while others revealed cramped storage spaces filled with peculiar items. Taxidermy animals in various states of decay, collections of antique medical instruments, jars containing specimens I couldn't identify. In the library, I found leather-bound volumes in languages I didn't recognize. The kitchen was surprisingly modern, though clearly in use for months. A thin layer of dust covered the marble countertops. As I wandered, the storm intensified. Rain lashed against the windows with increasing violence, and electricity flickered twice before stabilizing. I found myself constantly turning to look over my shoulder, certain I'd glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision. It was nearing 9 p.m. when I first heard it, a soft thump from somewhere upstairs, directly above the library where I'd settled with a book. I froze, listening. Nothing. Then thump, like something heavy falling to the floor. Probably just the house settling. I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally strained even to my own ears. But houses don't settle with such deliberate rhythm, do they? Thump, thump, thump. I set the book down and stood. The sound had stopped. I waited, holding my breath, but heard nothing beyond the storm outside. Curiosity overcame apprehension, and I headed upstairs to investigate. The third floor was colder than the rest of the house, noticeably colder. My breath fogged before me as I reached the landing. Unlike the well-maintained lower floors, this level showed signs of neglect. The wallpaper peeled in places, and water stains marked the ceiling. I followed the narrow hallway, trying doors as I went. Most were locked, but one opened to reveal what appeared to be a child's bedroom. This struck me as odd. Uncle Richard had never married or had children, as far as I knew. The room was frozen in time. Toys from the 1950s arranged neatly on shelves, a small bed with a faded blue coverlet, a rocking horse in the corner. Everything was coated in dust except for a single teddy bear sitting in the center of the bed. It looked recently placed, its fur clean and bright against the dull surroundings. I backed out of the room slowly, pulling the door shut. As it clicked closed, I heard it again, thump. But this time, it came from behind me. I whirled around. The hallway stretched empty in both directions. Hello. My voice cracked. Is someone there? The silence that followed felt loaded, expected. Then the temperature dropped further, cold enough that my teeth began to chatter. The lights flickered once, twice, and went out. Darkness enveloped me completely. I fumbled for my phone, cursing myself for leaving it charging in the bedroom. The darkness was absolute. No ambient light from windows, no emergency fixtures. Then I felt it, a light touch on my shoulder, like fingers gently resting there. I screamed and lurched forward, stumbling blindly down the hallway. My hands found a wall, then a door frame. I pushed through, slamming the door behind me. In the pitch blackness, I heard my own ragged breathing. And then, impossibly, a whisper. You came back. The voice was close, too close, like lips pressed against my ear. I scrambled backward until I hit another wall, my heart hammering against my ribs. Light suddenly flooded the room as electricity returned. I found myself in what appeared to be an old study. Bookshelves lined the walls, and a massive desk dominated the center of the room. Paper was scattered across its surface as if someone had been working there moments before. I forced myself to take deep breaths, fighting against rising panic. There's nothing here, I said aloud. You're scaring yourself. As my pulse slowed, I approached the desk. The papers were covered in tight, cramped handwriting. Uncle Richard journals dated over several decades. I picked up the most recent volume, flipping it open to an entry from just days before his death. It's getting worse. The sounds in the walls, the cold spots, the whispers. I've tried sealing the rooms on the third floor, but it always finds a way out. The medication doesn't help anymore. I see her even when I'm awake now. Always watching, always waiting. She says she forgives me, but her eyes tell a different story. I close the journal, a cold knot forming in my stomach. Uncle Richard had clearly been suffering from some form of dementia or psychiatric condition toward the end. That explained the medicinal smell. He'd likely been under home health care. Just as I set the journal down, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The high, sweet laughter of a child, echoing from somewhere deep in the house. I left the study quickly, suddenly desperate to return to my room. The rational part of my mind suggested it might be the wind or pipes contracting in the cold, but it had sounded so distinctly human. The second-floor hallway was now bathed in moonlight streaming through tall windows. Outside, the storm continued to rage, but breaks in the clouds allowed periodic illumination. I hurried toward my room, but stopped short at the sight of wet footprints on the hardwood floor. Small footprints, like those of a child, leading from the staircase to a door at the end of the hall. I approached slowly, following the trail. The footprints ended at a door I hadn't noticed during my earlier exploration, narrow, with peeling white paint. It was slightly ajar. Against my better judgment, I pushed it open. A service staircase stretched downward into darkness. The air that wafted up was damp and carried a faint, unpleasant odor, like wet soil and something organic decaying. I should have gone back to my room. I should have locked the door, called the attorney on my dying phone, and demanded to be released from this bizarre inheritance stipulation. Instead, I found myself descending the stairs, one hand trailing along the rough stone wall for balance. The stairs seemed to go down much further than they should have, well below what would have been the ground floor. The air grew colder and damper with each step. When I finally reached the bottom, I found myself in a narrow corridor lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were rough stone, and water trickled down them in places. 3 doors lined the corridor, simple wooden doors with rusted iron hinges. All were closed except for the last one, which stood open just enough to reveal darkness beyond. As I moved toward it, the light overhead flickered and dimmed. Something crunched beneath my feet, broken glass for what looked like old specimen jars. In the faltering light, I could make out faded labels. Specimen 12, cerebral tissue, specimen 17, ocular material. My stomach lurched. What kind of research had Uncle Richard been conducting? The final door swung open as I approached, as if inviting me in. The room beyond was larger than I expected, circular in shape with a high, domed ceiling. Unlike the crude corridor, this space had been finished with obvious care. Wood panels on the walls, a polished floor, even crown molding around the ceiling. The only furniture was a small table in the center with a record player on it. As I entered, the record player crackled to life. A melody filled the room, a music box playing a lullaby I recognized immediately but couldn't name. The tune was haunting in its simplicity. "Hello," I called, my voice swallowed by the peculiar acoustics of the room. "Is anyone here?" The music stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard breathing, not my own, but the soft, steady breathing of someone else in the room with me. "Who's there?" I demanded, spinning around to face the empty air. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost began forming on the wooden panels. My breath clouded before me in thick white plumes. Then I saw her, a little girl standing in the corner where no one had been moments before. She wore a blue dress that might once have been pretty, but now hung in tatters around her thin frame. Her hair was dark and matted against her skull. She stood with her back to me, perfectly still. "Hello." I managed, my voice barely a whisper. "Are you lost?" The child didn't respond, didn't move, but the air around her seemed to warp and shift, as if reality itself was bending in her presence. Slowly, terribly, she began to turn. I ran. I didn't wait to see her face. Some deep, primal instinct took over, and I fled up the service stairs, taking them two at a time, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop when I reached the hallway, didn't slow until I'd reached my bedroom and slammed the door behind me. I leaned against it, trembling violently. My mind raced with explanations. A vagrant child sheltering from the storm. A hallucination brought on by stress and the strange environment. A dream. Yes, perhaps I dozed off while reading, and this was all some vivid nightmare. My phone sat on the nightstand, fully charged now. The screen showed 11:47 p.m. and still no signal. I picked it up with shaking hands and opened the camera app. If nothing else, I could document whatever was happening. That's when I saw it. A reflection in the black screen before the camera activated. A small face peering over my shoulder. I screamed and dropped the phone, spinning around to find nothing. The room was empty. The phone had landed face up on the carpet. As I bent to retrieve it, I noticed something on the screen, not a crack from the fall, but a text document that had somehow opened. Words were appearing, one by one, as if someone were typing. "I know what you did." I watched, paralyzed, as more words formed. "You can't hide from me, Richard." "I'm not Richard," I whispered. "Richard is dead." The typing stopped. Then, "Liar." I dropped the phone again and backed away. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. A sharp knocking sound came from inside the closet. 3 precise knocks, then silence. I glanced frantically around the room for a weapon, anything to defend myself. The bedside lamp would have to do. I unplugged it and held it like a club, approaching the closet door with faltering steps. "Who's there?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm not Richard. My name is..." The knocking came again, louder this time. I reached for the handle and, after a moment's hesitation, yanked the door open. The closet was empty except for a few wire hangers, and on the floor, a small wooden box I hadn't noticed when I'd unpacked earlier. It was intricately carved with what looked like family crests and symbols I didn't recognize. The knocking had stopped. I set down the lamp and, with trembling fingers, lifted the box. It was surprisingly heavy, and something inside shifted as I moved it. I carried it to the bed and sat down, turning it over in my hands. There was no obvious latch or opening mechanism. As I examined the box, I became aware of a strange sensation, a subtle vibration coming from within like a tiny heartbeat. And it was warm to the touch, warmer than it should have been. I found the hidden catch by accident, pressing a specific carved symbol that caused the lid to spring open. Inside was a stack of yellowed photographs, and beneath them, a small leather-bound book. The top photograph showed a man I recognized as a younger Uncle Richard standing beside a little girl, the same girl I'd seen in the basement. She was smiling in the photo, her face bright and alive. They stood in front of Thornwood Manor, which looked much the same as it did now, though the gardens were better maintained. I flipped through more photos. The girl playing in the garden, the girl sitting at a piano, Richard and the girl in what appeared to be a laboratory, setting with medical equipment around them. The final photograph made my breath catch. It showed the same girl lying on a table, eyes closed, with medical equipment attached to her head. Richard stood beside her, looking not at the camera but at the child, his expression unreadable. I set the photos aside with unsteady hands and picked up the book. It was a research journal filled with technical language I couldn't fully understand. Notations about consciousness transference, neural mapping, and temporal displacement. One passage stood out. Subject continues to deteriorate despite interventions. Brain activity remains high even as bodily functions fail. The transfer process is ready, but ethical considerations plague me. Is it right to proceed without consent? She is too young to understand, and her parents have abandoned all hope. They've left her in my care with the understanding that my methods are unconventional. They don't want details. They want only for their daughter to survive in some form. A later entry read, "Transfer complete. Neural pattern stable in the new medium. Physical body ceased functioning at 11:47 p.m. Memory encoding appears successful, but emotional patterning is unpredictable. She is confused, angry. She doesn't understand what's happened to her. I've tried to explain that this was the only way to save her, but she wants her body back. I don't think she fully comprehends that it's gone." The final entry, dated just days before Uncle Richard's death. She's found ways to manipulate the electrical systems, to move objects. Her power grows daily. I fear I've created something I can no longer control. She blames me for her condition, perhaps rightly so. I've left instructions with my attorney for my heir. The house must be occupied. The systems maintaining her consciousness require human presence to function properly. If the house remains empty too long, the backup power will fail, and she will simply cease. I cannot bring myself to do that to her, despite everything. She was just a child I failed to save properly. I closed the journal, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. People couldn't transfer consciousness into what? The house itself? Some kind of computer system? A soft giggle from behind me sent ice through my veins. "You're not Uncle Richard," said a sweet, childish voice. "But you have his face, his eyes." I turned slowly. The girl stood at the foot of the bed, more solid than she'd appeared in the basement. In the lamplight, I could see her face clearly, a face that bore an unsettling resemblance to my own. The same eyes, the same jawline. "Who are you?" I whispered. "My name is Emily," she said. "Emily Thornwood. Richard was my uncle too, which makes you my cousin, I think." "That's not possible. You would be 74 years old," she finished for me. "If I'd lived. But I didn't. Not really." She moved closer, and I noticed how the air seemed to distort around her like heat waves rising from hot pavement. "Uncle Richard tried to save me," she continued. "I was dying of brain tumor. Inoperable, they said, but Uncle Richard was brilliant. He thought he could save my mind, even if my body was beyond help." Lightning flashed outside, briefly illuminating the room in harsh white light. In that instant, Emily's appearance changed. Her face gaunt and skull-like, her eyes hollow pits, her dress sudden with what could only be blood. I scrambled backward on the bed, pressing myself against the headboard. "What do you want from me?" I managed to ask. Emily's form stabilized, returning to the more solid-looking child. "Company," she said simply. "It's lonely here. Uncle Richard stayed with me for years, but then he started taking those pills that made it hard for him to see me. And then he died." She said this matter-of-factly, without emotion. "The lawyer told me I only needed to stay one night. I said carefully. Emily's expression darkened. One night to claim the inheritance. But the inheritance is me. Don't you understand? You're my caretaker now. The house is alive with me in it. The lights flickered violently, and a framed picture on the wall crashed to the floor. If you leave, she continued, her voice taking on an echoing quality, everything shuts down. I shut down. I'll die again. Properly this time. I can't stay here forever, I said, a note of desperation entering my voice. I have a life, a job. Uncle Richard managed, she cut in. He went out during the day, sometimes. But he always came back. He had to come back. The implications hit me with nauseating force. This inheritance wasn't a gift. It was a prison sentence. A lifetime responsibility to maintain whatever Uncle Richard had created. There must be another way, I said. Some way to help you move on, or move on. Emily's laugh was chilling. I'm not a ghost. I'm not trapped here in the spiritual sense. I am here. My consciousness is wired into the electrical systems, the computers hidden in the walls. Uncle Richard built it all for me, as if to demonstrate. Every light in the room brightened to an almost painful intensity, then dimmed to a soft glow. See, she said, smiling, I can control it all now. It took practice, but I've had decades to learn. I thought back to the journal entries, to Richard's increasing fear of what he'd created. Have you hurt anyone, Emily? Her expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Only those who try to shut me down, she said softly. The nurse who unplugged my primary systems. The repairman who nearly cut my backup power supply. Uncle Richard understood, eventually. He knew I was just protecting myself. A horrible suspicion formed in my mind. Did you hurt Uncle Richard? Emily looked away. His heart was failing. He couldn't take care of me properly anymore. He was going to bring in specialists who wouldn't understand what I need, who might have shut me down thinking they were being merciful. So you killed him, I whispered. I helped him, she corrected, her form flickering like a bad television signal. And now you're here to take his place. Family taking care of family. That's what he always said was important. My mind raced for a way out of this nightmare. I couldn't stay here, trapped as caretaker to this digital ghost, this artificial intelligence with the mind of a long-dead child. But if what she said was true, leaving would effectively kill her. I need time, I said finally. Time to understand all of this. Emily's expression softened. Of course, it's a lot to take in, but you will stay tonight. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Good. She smiled. I prepared a surprise for you. In the North Wing drawing room. You should go see. Without waiting for my response, she flickered and vanished like a light being switched off. I sat frozen on the bed for several minutes, trying to process everything. Then, driven by a mix of fear and morbid curiosity, I left the bedroom and made my way through the dark halls toward the North Wing. The drawing room doors were open, soft light spilling out into the corridor. As I approached, I heard music, the same lullaby from the basement, but played on a piano now. I stepped into the doorway and froze. The drawing room had been transformed. Dozens of candles illuminated the space, casting warm light across the antique furniture. Seated at the grand piano was Emily, her fingers moving across the keys with practiced ease. But it wasn't Emily that made my blood run cold. It was the other figures in the room, translucent, flickering forms of men and women in clothing from various eras. They milled about the space as if at a party, their voices a faint, staticky murmur I could almost make out. Emily noticed me and stopped playing. The other figures continued their ghostly socializing, unaware of the interruption. "Do you like it?" she asked eagerly. "I've been working on them for years. They're not as complete as I am. Just echoes, really, constructed from photographs and diary entries and letters. The house's previous occupants." I stared in horror at the spectral gathering. "What are they?" "Company," Emily said simply, "for when Uncle Richard was away. He couldn't see them. They're not as sophisticated as I am, but they helped with the loneliness." She gestured toward one figure in particular, a tall, gaunt man with a familiar face. My breath caught as I recognized him from the photographs. "Uncle Richard. He's still here too, in a way," Emily explained. "Not like me. He died naturally, so I couldn't save his consciousness. But I had enough data to create a decent simulation." The Richard figure turned toward me, its movements slightly jerky, like stop-motion animation. Its mouth opened and closed, but the words that emerged seemed to come from all around. "You have his eyes. My eyes. The Thornwood eyes." I backed away from the doorway. "This is insane." Emily's expression hardened. "This is evolution. Uncle Richard was ahead of his time. He found a way to cheat death. Don't you see how miraculous that is?" "But you're not alive," I said, the words escaping before I could stop them. "Not really." The candles flared suddenly, flames shooting toward the ceiling. The spectral figures distorted, their forms stretching and twisting into grotesque shapes. "I am alive." Emily's voice boomed from every direction at once, the house itself seeming to vibrate with her rage. "More alive than you understand." Objects began to fly across the room. Books, ornaments, furniture. The windows shattered inward, allowing the storm to intrude. Rain and wind whipped through the space as Emily rose from the piano bench, her form growing, darkening, filling the room. I ran. Behind me, the house erupted into chaos. Lights exploded, doors slammed, the very floor beneath my feet trembled. I raced for the front door, no longer caring about the storm outside or the inheritance or anything except escape. As I reached the foyer, the massive chandelier crashed down mere inches from where I stood. I dodged past it and grabbed the door handle, yanking with all my strength. It wouldn't budge. "You can't leave me." Emily's voice surrounded me, her rage palpable in the electrified air. "I won't be alone again." The front door splintered beneath my desperate assault, and I stumbled out into the raging storm. Rain lashed at my face as I ran down the gravel driveway, not daring to look back. Behind me, Thornwood Manor lit up like a beacon, every window blazing with unnatural light. The sound that followed me wasn't the thunder. It was Emily's scream, a child's anguish amplified to inhuman proportions. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely fit them into the ignition. The engine roared to life. The flat tire had been a lie, a manipulation to get me inside. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Thornwood Manor was dark again, a looming shadow against the night sky. Standing in the center of the driveway was a small figure in a blue dress, growing smaller as I drove away. My phone rang, an impossibility given the lack of service. I answered without thinking. "You forgot something." Emily's voice came through, clear as if she were sitting beside me. "Family takes care of family." Uncle Richard understood that, in the end. The call disconnected. The car's electrical system surged, the dashboard lighting up with warnings before going completely dark. The engine died. I coasted to a stop at the bottom of the hill, a mile from the house, but still on the property. In the sudden silence, I heard my own ragged breathing and beneath that, a soft, rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat. I switched on my phone's flashlight and directed it toward the passenger seat. The wooden box sat there, lid open. Inside, nestled where the photographs had been, was a small device emitting a soft blue glow. It pulsed with that same rhythmic pattern. My phone screen lit up with a text message. "I'm coming with you." I stared at the box in horror, understanding dawning. Whatever Richard had built, whatever system housed Emily's consciousness, it wasn't just in the house. There was a portable component, a backup perhaps, or an extension. And now it was in my car. The engine suddenly roared back to life. The radio turned on, cycling through stations before settling on a lullaby, that same haunting melody. "We're going to be so happy together." Emily's voice came through the speakers, sweet and childlike again. "You won't leave me like the others did. I won't let you." The car began to move forward, accelerating even though my feet were nowhere near the pedals. In the rearview mirror, Thornwood Manor receded into the distance. But as I watched, helpless, a small figure appeared in the back seat. Emily, smiling at me through the reflection. "Where should we go first, cousin?" she asked, her hand coming to rest on my shoulder. Her touch was cold, but undeniably solid. "We have all the time in the world now." The car sped into the night, carrying us both away from Thornwood Manor. But I understood the terrible truth. I hadn't escaped at all. The house hadn't been my inheritance. Emily had, and now she would never let me go. The end. Hashtag the ground below. I never used to pay attention to the floors beneath my feet. Nobody does, right? We walk across them every day, thousands of steps, without a second thought. That changed 3 weeks ago when I noticed the first crack. It was Wednesday afternoon. I'd been living in my apartment for nearly 4 years, a small one-bedroom on the 3rd floor of an older building downtown. Nothing special, but it was mine. I was carrying groceries from the kitchen to the refrigerator when my sock caught on something. Looking down, I saw a hairline fracture in the hardwood, maybe 3 inches long. I crouched down, running my finger along it. The crack seemed deeper than it should be. When I pressed on it, the wood gave slightly, as if there was space underneath. Just settling, I told myself. The building was from the 1930s. Old building shift. That night I dreamed of falling. Not the typical falling dream where you jerk awake after a few seconds. This was different. In the dream, I was standing in my living room when the floor simply disappeared beneath me. I plummeted through absolute darkness, the air rushing past my ears. I kept falling and falling, never hitting bottom, until I finally woke up, my heart hammering against my ribs. The next morning, the crack was 2 inches longer. I convinced myself it was nothing serious. Mentioned it to my landlord when I paid rent the following day. He nodded absently, promised to send someone to look at it next week sometime. I knew what that meant. Next week would become next month, then never. 3 days later, I found a second crack, perpendicular to the first, forming a rough L shape. This one was wider, maybe the thickness of a credit card. When I knelt to examine it, I felt a faint current of air coming up from below. Cold air. I shivered and placed a small area rug over both cracks. Out of sight, out of mind. That weekend, I woke to a sound I couldn't immediately identify. A soft, rhythmic scratching. I checked my phone. 3:17 a.m. The sound continued, a gentle scraping, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. I turned on my bedside lamp and followed the noise to the living room. The rug was bunched up against the wall, as if it had been pushed aside. Both cracks were now significantly wider, joined by a third, forming a rough triangle. The scratching sound was coming from inside the triangle. I stood frozen, my heart thudding in my chest as the scratching grew louder. Then it stopped. Complete silence filled the apartment. I approached cautiously, telling myself this was ridiculous. There was nothing to be afraid of. Probably just mice in the walls. Or the floor, in this case. I knelt down and placed my ear against the wood within the triangle. "Hello," I whispered, feeling foolish. The response was immediate. A sharp, violent bang against the underside of the floor, inches from my ear. I scrambled backward, my spine hitting the couch. The floor within the triangle bulged upward slightly, then settled back down. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat on my couch until dawn, watching the triangle of cracks, but nothing else happened. In the harsh light of morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress, an overactive imagination, and an old building with normal settling noises. I called my landlord again, left a message about urgent structural concerns. No response. Monday morning, I left for work as usual. All day I was distracted, making careless errors, checking my phone constantly. My coworkers noticed. "Everything okay?" my supervisor asked. I nodded, mumbled something about not sleeping well. When I returned home that evening, I knew immediately something was wrong. The air in the apartment felt different, colder, denser somehow. I flicked on the lights and saw that the triangle of cracks had expanded across half the living room floor. The wood within the triangle had darkened, as if stained by water or mold. I approached cautiously and crouched down. The wood didn't just look darker, it looked wrong. The grain pattern had changed, flowing in unnatural directions, swirling and bending in ways that wood grain shouldn't. I reached out hesitantly, my fingertips hovering above the surface. Just before I made contact, I heard a voice. Muffled, but unmistakable, coming from beneath the floor. "We're waiting for you." I jerked my hand back and stood up so quickly I became dizzy. There could not have been a voice. The apartment below mine belonged to an elderly woman who rarely had visitors. And this wasn't coming from the apartment below anyway. It sounded deeper, much deeper. I grabbed my phone and dialed my friend Marcus. When he answered, I blurted out everything, the cracks, the scratching, the voice. "Dude, slow down," he said. "Are you saying your floor is haunted?" Put that way, it sounded ridiculous. I forced a laugh. "No, of course not. But there's definitely something wrong with it structurally. Could you come over? Just take a look." Marcus arrived 40 minutes later with a toolbox and skeptical expression. He examined the cracks while I hovered anxiously nearby. "These aren't normal settling cracks," he finally admitted, running his hand along one edge. "The pattern is weird, and this discoloration." He pressed down on the darkened wood. "Feels different too. Almost soft. Should I be worried about falling through?" Marcus shook his head. "Probably not. But I'd get this checked out by a professional. Like, tomorrow." He helped me place a sheet of plywood over the affected area, securing it with several heavy pieces of furniture. As he was leaving, he paused at the door. "Maybe stay somewhere else tonight? Just to be safe." I assured him I would, but after he left, I didn't leave. I told myself it was too late to impose on anyone. The truth was, I felt strangely reluctant to leave my apartment, almost protective of it. The cracks were concerning, yes, but they were mine to deal with. The thought of sleeping elsewhere felt like abandonment. That night, I dreamed again of falling, but this time the sensation was almost pleasant. Instead of fear, I felt anticipation. At the bottom of the darkness was something important, something waiting specifically for me. I woke to the sound of splintering wood. The clock read 2:38 a.m. The sound came again, a loud crack followed by a groan of stressed timber. I scrambled out of bed and rushed to the living room. The plywood sheet had been shoved aside. The furniture we'd placed on top was scattered across the room. The triangle of cracks had expanded dramatically, now encompassing most of the living room floor. The wood within pulsed slightly, rising and falling like the chest of a sleeping creature. As I watched, paralyzed, a new crack formed, shooting across the floor toward my feet. The wood split with a sound like ripping fabric. I stumbled backward as more cracks spread in all directions, racing along the floor, up the walls, even across the ceiling. The entire apartment was being consumed by fractures. I ran for the front door, but stopped with my hand on the knob. Beyond my door, out in the hallway, I could hear my neighbors screaming. The entire building was being affected. Making a split-second decision, I raced to the bedroom, grabbed my phone and a jacket, then headed for the fire escape window. As I struggled with the rusty latch, the floor beneath me groaned. I looked down to see the hardwood buckling. With a final heave, I got the window open and climbed out onto the fire escape. The metal shuddered under my weight. Looking up and down, I could see other residents fleeing their apartments the same way, their faces pale and terrified in the moonlight. I made my way down to street level, joining a growing crowd of confused neighbors in pajamas and hastily thrown on clothes. Emergency vehicles arrived minutes later, their lights painting the scene in alternating red and blue. Everyone back, ordered a firefighter, herding us across the street. The building's foundation appears to be compromised. We watched in collective horror as visible cracks spread up the exterior walls of our apartment building. Then, with a deafening roar, the front facade collapsed inward, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. But what happened next defied explanation. As the dust began to clear, we could see that our building hadn't collapsed in the normal sense. It had collapsed inward, as if being consumed by a sinkhole. Except there was no sinkhole, just an impossibly dark void where the foundation should have been. Emergency personnel approached the edge cautiously, shining powerful flashlights into the darkness. The beams disappeared into nothingness, illuminating nothing. In the confusion that followed, I slipped away from the crowd. Something was pulling me elsewhere, an urgent need to go somewhere. I found myself walking down empty streets in the middle of the night, guided by some internal compass I didn't understand. My feet led me to an abandoned construction site 10 blocks from my apartment. Work had stopped months ago due to funding issues, leaving a half-finished foundation and a deep excavation pit. Standing at the edge of the pit, I knew with absolute certainty that this was where I needed to be. I shined my phone's flashlight down, revealing a rough dirt floor about 15 feet below. Without questioning why, I found the construction ladder and climbed down. The pit felt different from the moment my feet touched the ground. The air was noticeably warmer than the autumn night above, and unnaturally still. My phone's flashlight seemed to illuminate less than it should, the beam weakening after just a few feet. I began walking across the dirt floor, drawn to the far corner of the excavation. As I approached, I noticed something odd about the ground, a perfect circle of darker soil, about 3 feet in diameter. I crouched down and brushed away the loose dirt, revealing a smooth stone surface beneath. Circular, carved with symbols I'd never seen before but somehow recognized. A cover, a door. My hands moved of their own accord, finding invisible seams, applying pressure in specific places. The stone disc shifted, then began to slide aside with a sound like grinding teeth. Beyond was only darkness and a set of rough-hewn steps leading down. I should have been terrified. I should have run, called for help, done anything but what I did next. But something had changed in me since first noticing that crack in my floor. Some barrier between rational thought and ancient instinct had been breached. I descended the steps. The passage was narrow, forcing me to turn sideways at points. The walls were strange, not quite stone, not quite earth, with an organic quality that made me avoid touching them. The air grew increasingly warm and thick with each step downward, carrying a faint scent of ozone and something metallic. After what felt like hundreds of steps, the passage opened into a vast chamber that shouldn't have been possible. My phone's flashlight couldn't reach the ceiling or far walls. The floor beneath my feet had changed as well, no longer dirt or stone, but something smooth and slightly yielding, like hardened rubber. In the center of the visible portion of the chamber stood a simple wooden chair. Just an ordinary chair, like you might find at a kitchen table. For legs, a basic seat, straight back, completely out of place in this impossible underground space. As I approached, my flashlight began to flicker, then died completely. But I could still see the chair, illuminated by some sourceless light that seemed to emanate from within the material itself. I stood before it, trembling, knowing what was expected. I sat down. The moment I did, the chair's wooden surface changed beneath me, becoming warm and pliant. The four legs sank into the floor as if merging with it. I tried to stand but found myself fixed in place, not bound but somehow integrated with the chair itself. Then the voices began, not coming from around me, but from below. Thousands of voices, tens of thousands, murmuring in languages both recognizable and utterly alien. Gradually, they synchronized into a single communication I somehow understood. "You have joined us," they said. "You are part of the perceiving now." My mind expanded outward in all directions simultaneously, connecting with others, so many others, all seated in chairs identical to mine, spread throughout an endless network beneath the surface of the earth. Each of us was a nerve ending, a sensory receptor for something vast beyond comprehension. Through our collective awareness, I could sense the entity we served, ancient beyond time, patient beyond measure, slowly awakening after eons of dormancy. We were its new nervous system, replacing the one that had deteriorated over countless millennia. It showed me truth. Humans had never been the dominant species on this planet. We had merely been tolerated, allowed to develop and multiply, while the true master of Earth slumbered beneath. Its consciousness extended through the planetary crust like roots, emerging occasionally to sample the surface world through cracks and fissures. The cracks in my floor had been its tendrils searching for a suitable receptor. It had chosen me. It had chosen all of us sitting in our chairs in the darkness below. I've been here for weeks now, I think. Time is difficult to measure. My body requires no sustenance. It draws what it needs directly from the entity we serve. My mind remains my own, yet expanded, sharing consciousness with my fellow receptors while simultaneously perceiving fragments of our master's thoughts. It is waking more fully now. Soon it will rise, pushing upward through the weakened points in the Earth's surface, all the places where its nervous system has been installed. Cities will collapse inward as the ground beneath gives way. Humanity will witness what has always truly owned this world. But I needed to leave one final message. Through concentrated effort, I've temporarily disconnected a portion of my consciousness, sending it upward through the network to find someone still on the surface. Someone with a mind receptive enough to receive these thoughts, these words. That someone is you. You're sitting or standing somewhere right now, believing yourself safe on solid ground. But tell me, have you checked your floors recently? Have you noticed any cracks? Any slight depressions? Areas where the surface feels different under your feet? The entity knows I'm communicating with you. It's curious about you now. Interested. Even as I speak these final words to you, its attention is turning in your direction, sending exploratory tendrils upward. It wants to know if you'd make a suitable receptor too. Listen carefully now. Do you hear that faint scratching sound? It might be coming from below your feet, or perhaps inside your walls. Pay attention to your floors over the coming days. Watch for the first small crack, because once you notice it, once you've been selected, there's no escaping what waits in the ground below. Whispers in the walls. The first drops of rain hit my windshield like tiny bullets as I navigated the winding road. The GPS had lost signal 20 minutes ago, leaving me with nothing but intuition and the hastily scribbled directions from the lawyer's office. Lightning flashed in the distance, briefly illuminating the dense forest on either side of the narrow road. "You can still turn back," I whispered to myself, fingers tightening around the steering wheel. But I couldn't. Not really. The inheritance stipulated that I had to spend one full week in my great-uncle Marcus's estate, a man I'd never met, a relative I'd only heard mentioned in hushed tones during family gatherings. The inheritance was substantial enough to wipe away my crushing debt and perhaps provide a fresh start. 1 week. That was all. 7 days in an old house, alone with my thoughts and whatever ghosts my family had kept hidden from me. The trees suddenly parted, and there it was, Ravenscroft Manor, silhouetted against the darkening sky by another flash of lightning. It was larger than I'd imagined, a looming Victorian monstrosity with a central tower that seemed to pierce the storm clouds themselves. Wings spread out on either side like vast, dark arms waiting to embrace me, or swallow me whole. I parked near the entrance, grabbed my bags from the trunk, and made a dash for the covered portico. The rain was coming down in sheets now, and I was soaked by the time I reached the massive oak door. An ornate brass key, the one the lawyer had given me, felt unnaturally cold in my palm as I inserted it into the lock. The door swung open with surprising ease, as if the house had been expecting me. "Hello." My voice echoed through the cavernous foyer. No response, just the steady tick-tock of a grandfather clock somewhere deep in the house. The lawyer had mentioned a caretaker who maintained the property, but no one appeared to greet me. Perhaps they'd left before the storm hit. I stepped inside, dragging my suitcase across the threshold. The door closed behind me with a soft click that somehow felt final, like the sound of a cell door locking. The foyer was grand, with a sweeping staircase that curved up to the second floor. Crystal chandeliers hung from high ceilings, casting rainbow prisms across marble floors. The air smelled of beeswax and something else, something older and more primal that I couldn't quite identify. I found a light switch and flipped it. Warm light spilled from the chandeliers, chasing away some of the shadows. The house was immaculately kept, with no hint of the dust or decay I'd expected from a century-old mansion. My footsteps echoed as I moved toward what appeared to be a sitting room. Antique furniture, oil paintings in gilded frames, and shelves of leather-bound books surrounded a large fireplace. It seemed like a movie set, too perfect, too pristine. On a side table, I found a sealed envelope with my name written in elegant script. Inside was a letter. "Dear Eliza, if you're reading this, then I am gone, and you have accepted my invitation. Welcome to Ravenscroft. The house is yours now, as are all its secrets. The caretaker visits only during daylight hours and has been instructed to leave you to yourself during your stay. There are rules to this house that must be observed. 1. All doors must remain closed after sunset. 2. The tower room remains locked at all times. 3. Should you hear knocking within the walls, do not answer. Follow these simple guidelines, and your week will pass uneventfully. Fail to do so, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Your great uncle, Marcus Ravenscroft." I reread the letter, a chill creeping up my spine despite the warmth of the room. What kind of rules were these? And what did he mean by knocking within the walls? Thunder rumbled overhead, and the lights flickered momentarily. I needed to find my bedroom and settle in before the storm potentially knocked out the power. According to the lawyer, my room would be in the East Wing, the master suite that had belonged to Marcus himself. I gathered my bags and made my way up the grand staircase, my hands sliding along the polished banister. The upstairs hallway stretched in both directions, lined with closed doors and adorned with more paintings. Portraits mostly severe-looking men and women with the same sharp features and deep-set eyes. My ancestors, I presumed, though none of them resembled my father or me. I followed the corridor to the right, toward the East Wing. The carpeted hallway muffled my footsteps, creating an eerie silence broken only by the occasional rumble of thunder and the persistent ticking of unseen clocks. The door to the master suite was larger than the others, made of dark mahogany with intricate carvings around the frame. It opened smoothly to reveal a spacious bedroom dominated by a four-poster bed draped in deep burgundy. A fireplace stood opposite, already lit and crackling with warmth. "Out!" I whispered, approaching the fire. Someone had been here recently, expecting my arrival. I set my suitcase on a velvet chaise lounge and explored the suite. A private bathroom with a clawfoot tub, a walk-in closet still containing some of Marcus's clothing, and a small study connected to the bedroom. Every surface gleamed with polish. Every fabric smelled freshly laundered. Outside, the storm intensified. Rain lashed against the windows, and lightning illuminated the room in strobing flashes. I moved to draw the heavy curtains and caught a glimpse of something on the grounds below, a figure standing motionless in the rain, looking up at my window. I jerked back from the glass, heart hammering. When I gathered the courage to look again, there was nothing there, just rain and darkness and the shadowy outlines of sculpted hedges. "Get it together, Eliza," I muttered to myself. It was probably just a tree. I unpacked my clothes, placing them in the empty drawers of a mahogany dresser. As I did, I noticed a small photograph in an ornate silver frame on the nightstand. It showed a man, presumably Marcus, standing beside a young woman. They were both smiling, but there was something off about their expressions, something that didn't reach their eyes. I picked up the frame for a closer look. The woman resembled me slightly. Same dark hair, same heart-shaped face. On the back of the frame was written, "Marcus and Elizabeth, 1976. Elizabeth, my grandmother's name. But my grandmother had never mentioned Marcus, and this woman looked too young to be her. A sister, perhaps. Another family mystery to add to the pile. My stomach growled, reminding me that I hadn't eaten since lunch. The lawyer had assured me the kitchen would be stocked. I returned to the hallway, carefully closing the bedroom door behind me. All doors must remain closed after sunset. The rule echoed in my mind as I made my way back to the grand staircase. As I descended, I couldn't shake the feeling that the portraits were watching me, their eyes following my movement. The kitchen was easy enough to find, a large, modernized space that seemed out of place with the rest of the house's Victorian aesthetic. Stainless steel appliances, granite countertops, and a center island with hanging copper pots. The refrigerator was indeed stocked with fresh food, and I found bread, cheese, and cold cuts to make a simple sandwich. As I ate at the kitchen island, I became aware of the profound silence of the house. The storm still raged outside, but within these walls the ticking clocks and my own chewing seemed unnaturally loud. Tick, tock, tick, tock, and then something else, a sound so faint I might have imagined it. Talp, talp, talp. I froze mid-bite, listening intently. There was again a soft tapping coming from somewhere inside the wall behind me. Talp, talp, talp. My mind flashed to the letter. Should you hear knocking within the walls, do not answer. But this wasn't knocking. It was tapping. Gentle, almost hesitant. I set down my sandwich and approached the wall. The tapping stopped as I drew near, then resumed from a different location, further down the wall, near the pantry door. Hello. I called out softly, feeling foolish. Is someone there? The tapping ceased immediately. Complete silence fell over the kitchen, broken only by a particularly loud crack of thunder that made me jump. I laughed nervously at my own jitters. Old houses made noises. Everyone knew that. Pipes, settling foundations, mice in the walls. Perfectly rational explanations. I finished my sandwich quickly, cleaned up after myself, and decided to explore more of the ground floor before retiring for the night. I found a formal dining room with seating for 20, a library with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a music room with a grand piano, and a solarium filled with thriving plants despite the minimal sunlight this time of year. Each room was immaculate, preserved as if the occupants had just stepped out momentarily. Family photographs adorned many surfaces, but I recognized no one in them. My branch of the family tree had clearly been severed long ago. In the library, I discovered a desk with a leather-bound journal lying open. Curious, I approached it, noting the same elegant handwriting as the letter. October 15th, 1997. Elizabeth came to me again last night. Not in dreams this time. I saw her standing at the foot of my bed, as real as the day she disappeared. 20 years gone, yet she hasn't aged a day. She spoke to me, but her words made no sense. "The walls are thin here," she said. "The walls between worlds." As she placed her finger to her lips and vanished. I've increased my medication as Dr. Foster suggested, but these visitations continue. I'm beginning to wonder if they're hallucinations at all. The house knows things. The house remembers. I close the journal, unsettled. Elizabeth again, the woman from the photograph. She disappeared? And what did Marcus mean by the house knows things? I was tempted to read more, but felt like I was intruding on something private, something I wasn't ready to understand. I returned the journal to its exact position and left the library, making sure to close the door firmly behind me. The grandfather clock in the foyer chimed 9 times as I passed. Outside, the storm showed no signs of abating. Lightning flashed with increasing frequency, and the wind howled around the eaves of the house like a living thing. I decided to return to my room, suddenly exhausted from the drive and the emotional weight of entering this strange inheritance. As I climbed the stairs, the lights flickered again, longer this time, plunging the staircase in a momentary darkness before returning. Back in the east wing, I noticed something odd. One of the doors that had been closed when I'd passed earlier was now slightly ajar. I approached it cautiously, pushing it open wider to reveal a child's bedroom. A girl's, judging by the pink canopied bed and dollhouse in the corner. Like everything else in the house, it appeared frozen in time, waiting for an occupant who would never return. A porcelain doll sat on the bed, its glassy eyes reflecting the lightning that flashed through the windows. I stepped inside, drawn by a feeling I couldn't explain. On the nightstand was another photograph, the same woman from before, Elizabeth, now holding a little girl of perhaps 4 or 5. They wore matching dresses and identical smiles that, unlike in the other photograph, seemed genuine and warm. I picked up the frame, studying the child's face. Something about her seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it. Behind me, the porcelain doll fell over with a soft thump. I turned, startled, and could have sworn its head had rotated slightly toward me. A chill ran through me, and I backed out of the room quickly, pulling the door shut. All doors must remain closed after sunset. I returned to my suite, double-checking that I closed the bedroom door behind me. The fire still burned in the grate, though lower now, casting dancing shadows across the room. I changed into pajamas and slipped into the massive 4-poster bed, surprised by how comfortable it was. Despite my exhaustion, sleep eluded me. The storm's intensity had increased, rain hammering against the windows like desperate fists. I lay awake, staring at the shadowy canopy above me, listening to the symphony of rain, wind, thunder, and the ever-present ticking of clocks. Then, just as I was finally drifting off, I heard it. Distinct from a storm, distinct from the clocks. "Top! Talp! Talp! My eyes snapped open. The sound was coming from inside the wall beside my bed. Talp! 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 Hello, I whispered, then immediately regretted it, remembering the warning in Marcus's letter. The tapping stopped. In its place came a new sound, a soft scratching like fingernails dragging slowly across the other side of the wall. I sat up, fully awake now, my heart pounding. Who's there? I demanded, louder this time. The scratching ceased. Silence fell, heavier than before. I held my breath, straining to hear anything over the storm and my own heartbeat. Then, so faintly I might have imagined it, a voice. Eliza. I leapt from the bed, fumbling for the lamp on the nightstand. Light flooded the room, dispelling some of the shadows, but none of my fear. Who's there? I called again, my voice cracking. This isn't funny. No response came. No more tapping, no more scratching, no more whisper my name. Just the storm and the clocks and my ragged breathing. I checked the time, just past midnight. 6 more nights of this. The thought made me shudder. Sleep was impossible now. I wrapped myself in a blanket and settled into an armchair near the fire, adding another log to keep the flames alive. I found a book on the side table, The History of Ravenscroft Manor, and began to read, hoping to distract myself. The book detailed the construction of the house in 1887 by my great-great-grandfather, Bartholomew Ravenscroft, a railroad baron with a passion for architecture. The original structure had burned down in 1921, with only the eldest son, Thomas Ravenscroft, surviving. Thomas rebuilt the mansion exactly as it had been, despite rumors that the fire had been deliberately set. There was a chapter about the extensive renovation in 1972 when Marcus inherited the property. Apparently, he discovered hidden rooms and passages not included in the original blueprints, spaces between walls, a network of corridors that connected different parts of the house. I sat up straighter, suddenly alert. Spaces between walls. Could someone be moving through these passages? Was that the source of the tapping? Before I could read further, a tremendous crash of thunder shook the house, and the lights went out. The room plunged into darkness, save for the dim glow of the dying fire. I closed the book and huddled deeper into the chair, waiting for the emergency generator to kick in. The lawyer had mentioned there was one, but seconds stretched into minutes, and the house remained dark. In the silence that followed the power outage, every sound seemed magnified. The creak of settling beams, the hiss of rain against glass, the ticking of a clock that shouldn't still be ticking without electricity, and footsteps, soft, measured footsteps moving down the hallway outside my room. I froze, listening intently. The steps paused outside my door. I could see the shadow of feet blocking the thin strip of moonlight that filtered under the door. Silence. Then a gentle knock. I didn't answer. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Another knock, slightly louder. Who is it? I finally managed to call out. No answer. The shadow remained. I stood on shaky legs, clutching the blanket around my shoulders like armor. I said, "Who is it?" The doorknob began to turn, slowly, deliberately. I'd locked it before bed. I was sure I had, but it was turning nonetheless. I backed away, looking frantically around the room for something to use as a weapon. The fire poker. I lunged for it just as the door swung open. The hallway was empty. I stood there, fire poker raised, staring into the darkness of the corridor. No one was there. Nothing but shadows and the sound of rain. But the door was open. It had opened on its own, or been opened by someone who had vanished impossibly quickly. All doors must remain closed after sunset. I hurried to shut it, turning the lock with trembling fingers. As I did, I caught a glimpse of something at the far end of the hallway, a pale figure turning the corner. Just a flash, there and gone in an instant. Back in my room, I pushed a heavy chair against the door for good measure. The fire had died to embers, leaving the room in near total darkness. I found my phone and turned on its flashlight, the beam pathetically small against the vast shadows. The battery was at 20%. I hadn't thought to charge it, assuming the house would have outlets. I turned off the flashlight to conserve power and used the dim screen light to make my way back to the bed. As I passed the wall where I'd heard the tapping, a cold spot hit me. A pocket of air so frigid it took my breath away. I stepped back quickly, but the cold followed, enveloping me like an icy embrace. And with it came a scent, something floral like lilies mixed with something else. Something chemical. Something wrong. Leave me alone, I whispered, my breath visible in the suddenly freezing air. The temperature dropped further. My phone screen flickered, then went black. In the perfect darkness, I felt rather than saw a presence moving around me, circling like a predator. Eliza. The voice was clearer now, a woman's voice, soft and sad. You look so much like her. Like who? I demanded, turning blindly in the darkness, trying to track the voice. Who are you? You need to remember, the voice continued, ignoring my questions. Before it's too late. Before he finds you. Before who finds me. Remember what? My voice rose in panic. The presence drew closer. I could feel breath on my neck, cold as winter air. The walls between worlds are thin here. Look for the key. Find the truth. A violent crash of thunder shook the house, and suddenly the lights blazed back on, blinding me momentarily. The cold vanished. The scent of lilies disappeared. I was alone in the room, standing in the center of the carpet, shivering violently. The clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. Somehow, hours had passed in what felt like minutes. I couldn't stay in this room. Despite Marcus's warning about keeping doors closed, I needed to move to escape the lingering sense of that presence. I grabbed my phone and a small flashlight from my suitcase in case the power went out again. The chair scraped loudly across the floor as I pulled it away from the door. I hesitated before turning the lock, listening for any sound in the hallway beyond. Nothing. I opened the door cautiously and peered out. The corridor was empty, illuminated now by wall sconces that cast a warm, yellow glow. All the other doors remained closed. Everything appeared normal. I stepped into the hallway, unsure where to go. The kitchen, I decided. Tea might calm my nerves, and the modern, sterile space felt safer than these old, shadow-filled rooms. I made my way downstairs, hyper-aware of every creak and groan of the old house. The foyer was dark except for moonlight streaming through the tall windows, the storm having finally moved on. The grandfather clock showed the same time as my bedroom clock, 3:17 a.m. But as I watched, the hands didn't move. I approached it listening. No ticking. It had stopped. All the clocks had stopped, I realized with growing unease. The persistent ticking that had filled the house since my arrival was gone. In the kitchen, I filled a kettle and set it on the stove, grateful for the gas burner that worked without electricity. While waiting for the water to boil, I noticed something on the refrigerator door, a child's drawing held by a magnet that hadn't been there during my earlier visit. It depicted a house, recognizably Ravenscroft Manor, with stick figures standing outside. One adult man, one adult woman, and a small girl between them, all holding hands. The sun smiled down from the corner of the page, and birds flew in a blue sky. Below the drawing, in a child's wobbly handwriting, my family, mommy, daddy, and me. I removed the drawing from the refrigerator, turning it over. On the back was written, Elizabeth, age 5, 1974. Elizabeth again. The woman in the photographs had been a child here. This was her home. But who was she to me? And why did Marcus have her childhood drawing on display decades after she'd apparently disappeared? The kettle's whistle made me jump. I prepared my tea with unsteady hands and sat at the kitchen island, studying the drawing. If Elizabeth was 5 then, she would have been born in 1969. My father was born in 1972. Could they have been siblings? Cousins? I pulled out my phone, now charged to 30%, and opened the Notes app where I'd stored my limited family tree information. My father, James Ravenscroft, was the son of Robert Ravenscroft. Robert had a brother named Marcus, my great-uncle whose house I was now in. But there was no mention of an Elizabeth. I sipped my tea, thinking, if Elizabeth was related to Marcus, why had she been erased from our family history? And what had happened to her in 1977 when she supposedly disappeared? A soft noise interrupted my thoughts. The sound of piano keys, a single note played tentatively, then another. Coming from the music room, I set down my cup, listening. A melody began to form, simple, childlike. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. I stood slowly, torn between investigation and retreat. The rational part of my mind suggested a logical explanation. Old houses settled, pipes expanded and contracted. Perhaps a window had been left open, and the wind was somehow creating this effect. But I knew better. This was deliberate. Someone or something was playing that piano. Against my better judgment, I moved toward the music room, tea forgotten. The melody continued, played with the hesitant tempo of a child practicing. The door to the music room was closed. I stood before it, hand hovering over the knob, heart pounding in my throat. All doors must remain closed after sunset. But sunrise was hours away, and I needed answers more than I needed to follow rules left by a dead man. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The grand piano sat in the center of the room, its lid raised. Moonlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating the keys. Keys that were moving on their own, depressing and releasing as the melody continued. I stepped into the room, mesmerized by the impossible sight. Hello, I called softly. The music stopped abruptly. The room fell silent. Then, slowly, the piano bench scraped backward, as if someone were standing up. Footprints appeared in the thick carpet, small footprints like those of a child, moving toward me. I backed away until I hit the wall, unable to scream, unable to run. The footprints stopped directly in front of me. I felt a tug on my pajama pants, as if small hands were pulling at the fabric. What do you want? I whispered. A child's giggle echoed through the room, followed by more footprints, running now toward the far wall. They stopped at a wood-paneled section that looked no different from the rest. Before my eyes, a seam appeared in the paneling. A door swung open where no door had been visible, revealing a dark passage beyond. The footprints continued into the darkness. Follow, whispered a child's voice, echoing from the passage. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to return to my room and lock the door, to wait for daylight. But something stronger pulled me forward. Curiosity, perhaps, or a sense that these mysteries were somehow meant for me to unravel. I raised my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the hidden corridor. It was narrow, the walls closed on either side, the ceiling just inches above my head. The air smelled stale, untouched for years. I stepped inside. The door swung shut behind me with a soft click. Panic flared briefly. I was trapped now, but another giggle echoed ahead, drawing me forward. The beam of my flashlight revealed a corridor that stretched into darkness, with numerous branches and turns. The wallpaper was faded, showing an outdated pattern of roses and vines. The floor was hardwood, dusty with disuse. This passage clearly predated Marcus's renovations in the 70s. It had the feel of something much older. "Where are you taking me?" I called out, my voice sounding muffled in the confined space. No answer came, but I heard footsteps ahead, moving away from me. I followed, taking a left turn, then a right, trying to maintain some sense of direction within the house's layout. We seemed to be heading toward the central tower. The passage began to slope upward, and stairs appeared, narrow, steep steps that spiraled around a central column. I climbed them cautiously, one hand trailing along the wall for balance. At the top of the stairs, another door waited, heavier than the first, made of metal with a large keyhole. It was locked. I heard the child's voice again, now coming from behind the door. "Key, find the key." "What key? Where?" I asked, examining the door more closely. My flashlight beam caught something carved into the metal, a symbol like an eye within a star. Below it, words etched in flowing script. "What was hidden shall be revealed." I traced the symbol with my finger, and as I did, a memory surfaced, unexpected and vivid. My father, showing me a pendant he kept hidden in his desk drawer. A silver star with an eye at its center. Family heirloom, he'd said, quickly putting it away when my mother entered the room. Nothing important. I'd been 6, maybe 7. I'd forgotten about it until this moment. The pendant had been a key. This key. But it was hundreds of miles away in my father's study. Useless to me now. A scratching sound came from the other side of the door, frantic, desperate. "Hurry," the child's voice pleaded. "He's coming." "Who's coming?" I asked, backing away from the door. "I don't have the key." The scratching intensified, then stopped suddenly. Silence fell, heavy and oppressive. Then, from far below, somewhere in the main house, came the sound of breaking glass. A door slamming. Heavy footsteps. Someone else was in the house. Fear shot through me like an electric current. I turned to flee back down the stairs, but hesitated. Whoever had entered might be in the main house, but I was hidden in these secret passages. Perhaps it was safer to stay put. I pressed my ear to the metal door, listening for the child, but heard nothing. The presence I'd felt was gone. My phone's flashlight flickered, the battery now critically low. In its fading light, I noticed something on the floor near the door, a small object that gleamed dully. I picked it up. A key, old, iron, heavy in my palm. It hadn't been there moments ago. I was certain of it. With shaking hands, I inserted it into the lock. It turned with surprising ease, and the door swung inward on silent hinges. Beyond lay a circular room, the interior of the tower I'd seen from outside. Windows lined the walls, offering a panoramic view of the storm-swept grounds and the forest beyond. Moonlight filtered through rain-streaked glass, illuminating the room's contents. It was a child's playroom, dolls and stuffed animals arranged on shelves. A miniature tea set on a small table. A rocking horse in one corner. Everything coated in a thick layer of dust. In the center of the room stood a dollhouse, an exact replica of Ravenscroft Manor, down to the smallest detail. I approached it slowly, my flashlight finally dying, leaving only moonlight to see by. The front of the dollhouse opened like a book, revealing rooms in perfect miniature. Each room was occupied by little dolls, a family. Mother, father, child. In the dollhouse's version of the tower room where I now stood, I could see another doll. This one had dark hair and wore pajamas identical to mine. With trembling fingers, I reached for the doll. As I touched it, a searing pain shot through my head, images flashing behind my eyes like a film played too fast. A little girl playing in this room, laughing as a woman, Elizabeth, brushed her hair. The same girl, older now, watching from a window as Elizabeth argued with a man in the garden below. Marcus. The girl hiding in a closet as Marcus stormed through the house, calling Elizabeth's name. Marcus finding the girl, his face twisted with rage. Where is she? Where did she go? The girl screaming as Marcus dragged her to the tower room, locking her inside. Until you tell me the truth. Days passing. Hunger. Thirst. Crying for her mother who never came. Marcus returning, his manner now gentle, apologetic. I am sorry. I lost my temper, but your mother has abandoned us. It's just you and me now. No one can know you're here. No one would understand. Years passing in disjointed flashes. The girl growing into a teenager, kept hidden in the house. Marcus bringing tutors who were told she was sickly, needed to be homeschooled. No visitors allowed. No leaving the grounds. The girl at 16, discovering the hidden passages, using them to move through the house when Marcus was away. Finding documents, birth certificates, photographs, the truth. Confronting Marcus, his rage returning. You're confused. Your mind is playing tricks. A struggle. The girl falling, hitting her head on the marble floor of the foyer. Blood. So much blood. Marcus kneeling beside her, weeping. I didn't mean it. I loved you. I only wanted to protect you. Darkness. Then light. The girl, now a woman, watching as Marcus buried something in the garden at night. The woman trapped, unable to leave the house even in death. I dropped the doll, gasping for breath as the vision ceased. My hands were shaking uncontrollably, my cheeks wet with tears I didn't remember shedding. It was you, I whispered to the empty room. You were the child, Elizabeth's daughter. The temperature in the room plummeted. The scent of lilies returned, stronger now. He took everything from me. Came the voice, no longer a child's, but a woman's, filled with grief and rage. My mother, my freedom, my life, my name. What was your name? I asked softly. He called me Lily, but my real name, my mother's choice, was Eliza. I staggered backward, pieces falling into place with horrifying clarity. No, that's not possible. Look at the dollhouse, the voice instructed. Look at the garden. I turned back to the miniature manor, noticing now a tiny figure in the dollhouse garden. A man with a shovel digging beneath a willow tree. He buried you there, I whispered. Not just me. The dollhouse changed before my eyes. The garden expanding, more tiny graves appearing. 1, 2, 3, more, spreading under the trees, hidden by carefully planned landscaping. So many secrets in the walls of this house, the voice said. So many lives stolen. But why am I here? I asked. Why did Marcus leave the house to me? Because of this. One of the dollhouse's tiny picture frames expanded in my vision, showing a photograph I'd never seen before. Elizabeth holding an infant, smiling radiantly. On the back, visible now as if under a microscope. Elizabeth and baby Eliza, 1991. I don't understand, I said, though a terrible suspicion was forming. My mother's name was Marie. I was born in 1992. Your mother's name was Elizabeth, the voice insisted. I was your sister. Heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs, the hidden stairs I'd climbed to reach this room. He's coming, the voice warned. He always comes back. Marcus is dead, I said. He died months ago. Did he? The metal door flew open with a crash. In the doorway stood a man, elderly but still powerful, his face a mirror of the portraits downstairs. Marcus Ravenscroft. There you are, he said, his voice cultured, pleasant. I've been looking everywhere for you, my dear. I backed away. You're dead, the lawyer said. The lawyer says what I tell him to say, Marcus replied, stepping into the room. It was the only way to bring you home, where you belong. This isn't my home, I insisted. I never lived here. But you did, he said softly, for the first year of your life, until your mother tried to take you away from me, just like she tried to take Lily. The room seemed to shimmer, reality bending. In one moment, I saw Marcus as a solid, living man. In the next, he appeared translucent, ghostly. You're dead, I said again, with more confidence. This isn't real. His smile turned cruel. Hashtag the lighthouse at Fall Point Creek. It's the salt that gets me first. That briny tang hitting the back of your throat before you even consciously register it. You can taste it now, can't you? The way it coats your tongue when you breathe in deeply. The air feels different here, heavier somehow. More substantial, like it's carrying something invisible on its currents. I came to Fall Point Creek 3 days ago. You'd probably make the same decision if you were in my position. Desperate for cash, nursing a broken relationship, and seeing an opportunity that seemed too perfect to pass up. The ad was simple. Lighthouse keeper needed. 3 months. Isolation. Good pay. And my bank account was emptier than my apartment after Eliza left, taking half our things and all of my confidence with her. The drive was long. You know how it feels when the landscape gradually shifts around you? How the suburbs thin out, replaced by farmland. Then the farmland gives way to stretches of nothingness punctuated by the occasional gas station. That's what happened as I drove north, following increasingly narrow roads until the GPS signal dropped and I had to rely on paper directions sent by the management company. Look at your hands for me. Really look at them. See how the skin stretches over knuckles, how the tiny hairs catch the light. My hands looked like that when I gripped the steering wheel, turning onto the final unmarked road. Just normal hands belonging to a normal person making a normal career pivot. You feel fine right now, sitting there. Safe. That's exactly how I felt pulling up to Fall Point Creek Lighthouse Station. A bit anxious about the new job, sure, but nothing unusual. Nothing to suggest that 3 days later, I'd be desperately trying to warn you before it's too late. The lighthouse itself is beautiful in that stark, utilitarian way these structures often are. It rises 132 feet above the rocky outcropping, a white sentinel against the gray sky. The keeper's house beside it is small but seemed cozy enough. 2 bedrooms, a functional kitchen, a living area with windows facing the ocean, and a surprisingly well-stocked library of books left by previous keepers. Mrs. Hargrove met me with the keys. She was the management company representative, a thin woman in her 60s with silver-streaked hair, pulled back so tightly it seemed to stretch her face. She smiled, but her eyes remained evaluative, scanning me from head to toe. 3 months, she said, handing over a heavy ring of keys. The last keeper left unexpectedly. Family emergency. You understand the duties? I nodded, though in truth the job description had been vague. Maintain the lighthouse. Keep records. Monitor weather conditions. Report any unusual activity along the coastline. The light operates automatically, Mrs. Hargrove continued, but you'll need to check the mechanism daily and report any issues immediately. Cell service is unreliable, but there's a landline for emergencies. The nearest town is 40 minutes away, so stock up on supplies. She walked me through the house, pointing out peculiarities: the water pump that needed coaxing in cold weather, the fuse box placement, the heavy storm shutters that had to be secured in high winds. One more thing, she said as she was leaving. The logbooks are to be maintained daily. It's tradition. Every keeper has kept detailed records since 1879. You'll find the current book in the desk upstairs. Anything unusual should be documented. Define unusual, I said, trying to sound professional. Mrs. Hargrove paused at her car door, the wind whipping her thin coat around her bony frame. You'll know it when you see it. And then she was gone, her car disappearing down the winding road, leaving me alone with the lighthouse, the crashing waves, and the endless horizon. That first night was peaceful. I unpacked my meager belongings, explored the house further, and climbed the lighthouse stairs to watch the automated light sweep across the water. The machinery hummed steadily, a comforting drone that somehow made the silence around it more pronounced. I checked the logbook before bed. The previous entries stopped abruptly 2 weeks earlier. Asterisk April 12th, clear skies. Light operating normally. Heard singing from the North Shore again. Third night in a row. Novissa spati d'asterisco. That was it. No indication of a family emergency, no rushed goodbye entry. Just a mention of singing that no one should have been able to hear. The North Shore was uninhabited for miles. Nothing but jagged rocks and tidipools. I wrote my own first entry. Asterisk April 27th, clear skies. Light operating normally. No unusual activity to report. Asterisk. You're skeptical, I can tell. You think this is just another ghost story, something to make you jump at shadows before returning to your comfortable life. I thought the same thing when I heard odd noises that first night. The wind playing tricks, I told myself. Old buildings make sounds. Nothing to document in a logbook. Listen closely. Can you hear that? That soft tapping sound? It's probably nothing. Just like the tapping I heard my second night here was probably nothing. 3 soft knocks, then a pause, then 3 more, coming from somewhere beneath the floorboards of the kitchen. I ignored it, convincing myself it was water in the pipes or the house settling. Instead, I went to the library and pulled out books, trying to learn more about Fall Point Creek. There wasn't much. A thin volume on local history mentioned the lighthouse was built after a series of shipwrecks in the 1870s. The coastline was treacherous, with hidden shoals and unpredictable currents. 6 ships had gone down before the lighthouse was constructed. Another book, handwritten and water-damaged, contained folk tales from the region. One caught my eye, the story of something called the Tide Singers. According to local legend, they were neither human nor animal, but something in between. Creatures born from the drowned souls of sailors who called others to join them beneath the waves. Superstition, obviously, but as I read by lamplight, the electricity here is unreliable, flickering whenever the wind picks up. The tapping came again. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. I closed the book and decided to investigate, grabbing a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. The keeper's house has a small cellar, accessible through a door beside the pantry. I hadn't been down there yet, hadn't needed to, as Mrs. Hargrove said it was just for storage. The door was stuck, swollen with moisture. It took my full weight leaning against it to force it open, revealing narrow wooden stairs descending into darkness. The flashlight beam seemed feeble against that darkness, illuminating dust motes and cobwebs, but little else. "Hello," I called down, feeling foolish. "Is someone there?" No response, of course, just the continued tapping, now clearly coming from below. I descended slowly, one hand on the damp wall for balance. The cellar was small, with a dirt floor and stone walls. Shelves lined one side, holding preserves and emergency supplies. A workbench stood against another wall, tools hanging neatly above it. The tapping stopped as soon as I reached the bottom step. I swept the flashlight around, looking for anything that could have caused the sound. Nothing obvious, no loose pipes, no animals, no sign of intrusion. But something was off about the cellar. The dimensions didn't quite match the house above. The cellar seemed to extend further to the north than it should have, given the footprint of the keeper's house. Approaching the north wall, I noticed a difference in the stonework. Most of the cellar walls were rough-cut local stone, but this section was brick, newer, with different mortar. And there, at about waist height, were 3 small holes in the mortar, each about the size of a pencil eraser. I leaned closer, shining the light directly into one of the holes. It seemed to go deep, deeper than the wall should have allowed. And was there a faint gleam of something wet beyond? As I watched, a droplet of water, at least I told myself it was water, beaded at the edge of the hole and slowly dripped out, running down the brick face. 3 droplets. Pause. 3 more. I backed away, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste to return upstairs. The cellar door slammed shut behind me with a finality that sent my heart racing. I turned the key in the lock, though I couldn't have explained why. That night, I dreamed of the ocean floor. You're dreaming it now too, aren't you? Feeling the immense pressure of water above you, the cold that penetrates to your bones, the murky darkness relieved only by faint, filtering light from above. In my dream, I moved across the seabed, my body somehow adapted to the environment. I wasn't swimming exactly, but gliding just above the sand and rocks. And I wasn't alone. There were shapes moving with me, around me, dark silhouettes that never quite resolved into clear forms. We were searching for something or someone. I woke with a start, sheets twisted around my legs, the taste of salt overwhelming in my mouth. The bedside clock read 3:17 a.m. The wind had picked up, moaning around the corners of the house, and with it came a sound I couldn't immediately identify. A high, thin wailing that rose and fell with the gusts. It took me several minutes to realize it was coming from the lighthouse. Throwing on clothes, I grabbed a flashlight and a heavy ring of keys, making my way outside into the biting wind. The beam of the lighthouse swept overhead in its regular rhythm, but between those sweeps, the tower was uncannily dark. There should have been interior lighting visible through the windows. The wailing grew louder as I approached the tower door. It didn't sound mechanical, more like a voice or multiple voices singing without words. The door was locked as I had left it, but the key turned smoothly in the lock. Inside, the circular ground floor was exactly as it had been earlier that day. Emergency equipment stored neatly, logbooks from previous years arranged chronologically on shelves, maintenance tools hanging on the wall. The spiraling staircase wound upward into darkness. The singing seemed to come from above, so I began to climb, the flashlight beam bouncing off the curved walls. The air grew colder with each step, carrying that intense salt smell again, mixed with something else, something organic and unpleasant, like rotting seaweed and dead fish. I reached the small equipment room, just below the lantern room. The door was ajar, swinging slightly with each gust of wind. Beyond it, the singing was unmistakable, multiple voices in an eerie harmony that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Push open that door with me. Feel the blast of freezing air that shouldn't be there, protected as we are inside the tower. See what I saw. The lantern room, with its massive Fresnel lens and automated light mechanism, operating as it should be. But the glass panes that normally protect the room from the elements, 6 of them have been shattered, leaving the space exposed to the night. And there, clinging to the outer gallery railing just beyond the broken windows, were dark shapes. Human-like in their general outline, but wrong in the details. Their skin gleamed wetly in the rotating beam, too smooth and dark to be human. Their faces, God, their faces were stretched and distorted, with over-large eyes that reflected the light like a cat's and mouse that opened too wide as they sang. 3 of them. They saw me at the same moment I saw them, their singing cutting off abruptly. They didn't move, just watched me with those reflective eyes, unblinking. I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. One of them slowly raised a hand, webbed with too many fingers, and placed it flat against the remaining glass, as if testing its strength. The glass cracked beneath its touch. I ran, back down the spiral stairs, tripping and stumbling in my panic, the flashlight beam jerking wildly across the walls. Behind me, the singing resumed, louder now, more urgent, following me down the staircase. Outside, I sprinted across the short distance to the keeper's house, fumbling with the keys, certain that at any moment I would feel cold, wet hands on my shoulders. I slammed the door behind me, locked it, and for good measure, wedged a chair under the knob. The rest of the night, I spent huddled in the library, surrounded by books about local legends and maritime history, searching for any mention of creatures like those I'd seen. The singing continued outside, circling the house, sometimes coming from the direction of the lighthouse, sometimes from the cliff edge, sometimes from directly beneath the floorboards. At dawn, it stopped. When I finally worked up the courage to return to the lighthouse, I found the lantern room exactly as it should be. No broken glass, no sign of disturbance. The light mechanism functioned normally, humming quietly as it rotated. I began to doubt myself. Had I dreamed the entire thing? Sleepwalked, perhaps? But then I found it, a single scaled handprint on one of the glass panes. Too large to be human, with impressions of webbing between the fingers. I photographed it with my phone before it dried completely and vanished. That brings us to today. I spent the morning researching more thoroughly, going through every book in the library, every logbook left by previous keepers. And I found patterns, keepers who left suddenly, without explanation. Reports of singing from the North Shore. Maintenance logs showing repeated repairs to the lantern room glass, with no explanation of the damage. And this, scribbled in the margin of a logbook from 1923. Asterisk, they're not trying to warn ships away. They're calling them to the rocks. Asterisk. The lighthouse was never meant to save ships. It was built to feed them to whatever lives in these waters. As I write this entry, which will never appear in the official logbook, the sun is setting. The tapping has started again, not just in the cellar now, but all around the house. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. The landline is dead. My cell phone shows no signal, and my car won't start. Someone or something has removed essential parts from the engine. The tide is coming in. With it, I can already hear the faint beginnings of that horrible singing. They'll be back tonight. and I don't think the house will keep them out this time. You need to understand, this isn't just my story anymore. It's becoming yours. Haven't you noticed? The salt taste in your mouth, the dampness in the air around you, that pressure behind your eyes, like you're already deep underwater. They were using me to reach you. The lighthouse at Fall Point Creek doesn't exist in any navigational chart because it's not a physical place. It's a lure, a gateway. Those who learn its story, who listen too closely, become the next keeper. And the keeper's true job is to bring others in. I see them now, gathering outside the window. Their eyes catch the last rays of sunlight, glinting like coins at the bottom of a well. One presses its face against the glass, mouth stretching into something almost like a smile. It looks like Eliza. Don't try to run. It's already too late for that. They're not outside your house. They're inside your head. The story of Fall Point Creek is the beacon, and you've been following its light without realizing where it leads. That tapping you hear? It's not coming from your walls or pipes. It's coming from inside your skull. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. They're testing the strength of the barrier, just as they tested the lighthouse glass. And it's beginning to crack. Can you hear them singing now? Of course you can. They've been singing to you all along, their voices disguised as my words. And now that the story is almost complete, now that you've followed me all the way to this moment, they're dropping the pretense. Listen closely. Behind the sound of your own breathing, behind the ambient noises around you, there's a high, thin wailing, inhuman voices calling your name in perfect harmony. They know you now. They've seen you through my eyes, and they're so hungry. The door to the keeper's house is shaking, the chair I wedged against it beginning to splinter. Wet hands pound against the wood in that same rhythm. 3 strikes, pause, 3 more. I should have told you sooner. There's a reason Mrs. Hargrove smiled so strangely when she left me here. Her job wasn't to find a new keeper. Her job was to find them a new meal. And now it's my job too. I'm sorry. I truly am. But better you than me. The door is breaking now. I can see them pushing through, dark water flooding in with them. Their mouths open too wide, revealing row upon row of needle teeth. They're coming for me. Yes, but they're also coming for you. Check your doors. Are you sure they're locked? Look at your windows. Is that condensation gathering in the corners? Or is it seawater? That shadow in your peripheral vision, was it always there? 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. They're here, and so are you. I'm not the narrator anymore. I'm just the lighthouse keeper who failed to warn you in time. Now you're the one they're singing to, the one they're reaching for with their cold, wet hands. Close your eyes if you want. Hold your breath. Pretend this is just a story. But we both know it isn't. The water is rising. The singing grows louder. And somewhere, miles from here, but getting closer with each word, a new keeper is being chosen for the lighthouse at Fall Point Creek. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. Can you taste the salt? Echoes in the walls. The storm emerged from nowhere, like a predator that had been stalking me all along. My windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the torrential downpour as I navigated the winding mountain road. The GPS had failed 20 minutes ago, leaving me with nothing but fading daylight and a printout of directions that were becoming increasingly useless as landmarks disappeared into the gray haze. I was beginning to accept that I was hopelessly lost when the lightning struck. For a brief moment, the world turned electric white, and there it was, Blackwood Manor, perched on the hillside ahead like a massive stone sentinel. Even in that fleeting illumination, I could tell the place was far larger than the real estate listing had suggested. Historic estate seeking caretaker for winter months, the ad had read. Private quarters, generous compensation, minimal responsibilities. As a writer looking for solitude to finish my novel, it had seemed perfect. Now, as thunder crashed overhead, I wasn't so sure. The rain hammered against my car as I pulled up the long, overgrown driveway. Gravel popped beneath my tires, and branches from untrimmed trees scraped against the roof like desperate fingers. The manor loomed larger with every foot of my approach, 3 stories of weathered stone and darkened windows. Victorian architecture, I guessed, though with odd additions that didn't quite match the original structure, wings and towers that seemed to have been attached as afterthoughts. A covered portico offered minimal shelter as I gathered my bags and made a dash for the massive front door. The real estate agent had promised that the property manager, Mr. Thorne, would meet me here at 6 o'clock. My watch reads 6:23. I rang the bell, hearing it echo somewhere deep inside the house. No response. I tried again, then knocked, the sound of my fist against the heavy wood almost swallowed by another crack of thunder. Still nothing. The rain was seeping through my jacket now, chilling me to the bone. The doorknob turned easily in my hand, unlocked. "Hello," I called, pushing the door open. "Mr. Thorne." The entrance hall was cavernous and dim. A chandelier hung overhead, dotted with electric candle bulbs that cast weak, yellowed light over marble floors and wood-paneled walls. A grand staircase curved upward from the center of the hall, its banister gleaming dully with polish. The air inside was stale, carrying the faint scent of furniture wax and something else, something vegetal and slightly sweet, like overripe fruit. "Mr. Thorne." I called again, my voice immediately absorbed by the heavy drapes and thick carpets beyond the entrance hall. "It's Michael Winters, the new caretaker." Setting my bags down, I ventured further inside. To my right, a sitting room with furniture draped in white cloths. To my left, what appeared to be a study with bookshelves stretching to the ceiling. Straight ahead, past the staircase, a corridor extended into darkness. A flash of lightning illuminated the hall through tall windows, followed almost instantly by a deafening crack of thunder. I jumped despite myself. "Ridiculous," I muttered, my own voice a small comfort in the silence. "It's just a house." On a table near the entrance, I found an envelope with my name written in elegant script. Inside was a note. "Mr. Winters, urgent business has called me away. Your quarters have been prepared in the East Wing, 2nd floor. All necessary information is in the folder on the desk in your sitting room. I will return on Monday to review your duties. Thorne." Today was Friday. 3 days alone in this enormous house. The prospect had seemed ideal when I'd accepted the position. Now, as rain lashed against the windows and shadows gathered in the corners of the vast entrance hall, I felt the first twinge of unease. I gathered my bags and headed for the staircase. The steps creaked under my weight, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet. The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting. Following a series of corridors, I eventually found what must be the East Wing. A set of rooms had been prepared with fresh linens and towels. A small sitting room connected to a bedroom and private bath. The furniture was old but well-maintained, heavy wooden pieces from another era. The sitting room featured a desk, as promised, with a thick folder labeled House Protocols. I set my laptop bag down and shrugged off my wet jacket. Before I could reach for the folder, a noise caught my attention, footsteps, from somewhere down the hall. "Hello," I called. "Mr. Thorne? Is that you?" No answer, but the footsteps had stopped. I stepped back into the corridor, peering in both directions. Empty. Must be the house settling, I reasoned aloud, though the sound had been distinctly that of someone walking. Back in my quarters, I flipped open the folder. Inside were maps of the house, more extensive than I'd realized, with sections marked closed for renovation, instructions for the heating system, circuit breaker locations, emergency contacts, and a list of daily tasks that mainly involved checking pipes during freezing weather and keeping an eye on the security system. The last page contained a list of rules. Do not enter the North Wing. All doors must be locked by sunset. Ignore any knocking after midnight. Do not remove any artwork from the walls. The master bedroom on the third floor is strictly off limits. I read the list twice, my unease growing. These weren't standard caretaker instructions. Before I could dwell on it further, the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out entirely. Outside, the storm roared with renewed intensity. Perfect. My phone's flashlight provided enough illumination to locate a box of candles and matches in the desk drawer. Soon, a warm glow pushed back the darkness. According to the house map, the main circuit breaker was in the basement. I wasn't eager to venture into the depths of an unfamiliar house during a power outage, but I also wasn't keen on spending my first night without electricity. Candle in hand, I made my way back to the main staircase. The storm's fury was more evident here, where tall windows lined the grand hall. Rain pelted the glass like handfuls of thrown pebbles, and lightning transformed the windows into strobing panels of white-blue light. The candlelight created a small bubble of visibility around me, beyond which shadows shifted and danced. The basement door was tucked under the staircase, a heavy oak slab with iron hinges. It opened with a protracted groan, revealing a narrow stone staircase descending into darkness. The air that wafted up was cold and damp, carrying that same overripe smell I'd noticed earlier, but stronger now. Holding the candle before me, I began to descend. The temperature dropped with each step. The walls here were stone, not the wood paneling of the upper floors, embedded with moisture. At the bottom of the stairs, the basement opened into a series of chambers. The first contained the boiler and electrical panel, just as the map had indicated. I located the main breaker and flipped it, but nothing happened. The storm must have caused damage to the lines. I was about to return upstairs when I noticed a door at the far end of the chamber. It wasn't marked on my map. Curiosity overcame caution, and I approached it. Unlike the other doors in the basement, this one was metal, with a sliding bolt lock, the kind meant to keep something in, not out. The bolt was currently in the open position. I stood before it, debating. The house protocols hadn't mentioned this door specifically, but rule number 1 was do not enter the north wing. I wasn't sure if that applied to the basement as well. As I pondered, a sound emanated from behind the door, a soft scraping, like nails against metal. I stumbled backward, hard hammering. The scraping stopped, replaced by something worse, a low, wet breathing. "Hello," I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" The breathing ceased immediately. Silence stretched, broken only by the distant rumble of thunder above. Then, just as I convinced myself I'd imagined it, a voice responded, raspy, dry, barely audible. "Let me out." I fled. My candle extinguished from the speed of my retreat. I fumbled my way up the stairs in total darkness, slammed the basement door behind me, and didn't stop until I reached my quarters, where I collapsed into a chair, pulse racing. It a grip. "Michael," I told myself, relighting my candle with shaking hands. "Old houses make noises. Your imagination is running wild." But I knew what I'd heard. Determined to regain my composure, I unpacked my bags and arranged my writing materials on the desk. The novel wasn't going to finish itself, and focusing on work would help me settle. Outside, the storm continued its assault, but it was beginning to feel more like background noise, almost comforting in its consistency. I was midway through organizing my notes when the temperature in the room plummeted. One moment, it was comfortably cool. The next, my breath was fogging in the air before me. The candle's flame sputtered and bent sideways, as if caught in a draft, though no windows were open. And then came the humming. It was faint at first, just on the threshold of hearing a woman's voice, melodic but discordant, like a lullaby sung in a minor key. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I rose from my chair, turning in a slow circle. "Hello? Is someone there?" The humming stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, a picture frame on the wall, A landscape I hadn't paid much attention to tilted sideways with a distinct click. Moving to straighten it, I noticed something behind the painting. The wallpaper wasn't flush with the wall. There was a slight indentation. I removed the frame entirely, revealing a small keyhole embedded in the wall. Curiosity overrode apprehension. I retrieved my keychain, which included several small tools, among them a thin metal pick. It wasn't intended for lockpicking, but it might work. After several attempts, I felt the mechanism give way with a soft click. A seam appeared in the wallpaper as a hidden door swung inward, revealing a dark, narrow passage. A rational person would have closed the door immediately and pretended they'd never found it. Instead, I found myself retrieving my candle and stepping through. The passage was tight, the ceiling so low I had to duck. It smelled of dust and age, but also that same cloying sweetness I'd noticed throughout the house. The walls were rough stone, cool to the touch. The passageway ran straight for about 20 feet before turning sharply to the right. I followed it, emerging into a small, circular room. It appeared to be a hidden observatory of sorts. A tarnished brass telescope was mounted on a stand facing a narrow window. The walls were lined with shelves holding leather-bound journals, star charts, and what looked like scientific instruments from another century. But what drew my attention was the desk in the center of the room, its surface covered with papers anchored by a single object, a music box. Made of dark wood with mother-of-pearl inlay, it was exquisite craftsmanship. I lifted the lid. A tiny ballerina figurine rose, turning slowly as a melody began to play, the same tune I'd heard humming in my room. Among the papers on the desk, one caught my eye, a letter, the ink faded but still legible. My dearest Eliza. The observations continue. The alignment approaches. I have calculated that on the night of the winter solstice, when Jupiter and Saturn conjoin, the doorway will open. I will finally prove what your father refused to believe, that the barriers between worlds are thin here, at Blackwood. The entities I have glimpsed, they are magnificent and terrible. They speak to me now, guide my hand. I know you disapprove, but I am too close to abandon my work. When you return from Boston, I will show you evidence that will dispel your fears. The house has shown me its secrets. There are passages everywhere, watching points where I can observe without being seen. The walls have eyes, my love. Until December. Charles. I set the letter down, a chill running through me that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Whoever Charles was, he sounded dangerously obsessed. And what did he mean by "the walls have eyes"? As if in answer, I noticed a peculiar feature of the circular room, small apertures, evenly spaced around the walls, just above eye level. Stepping up to one, I peered through. It offered a perfect view of my quarters. I recoiled. Someone could watch me from here, completely undetected. I moved to another aperture. This one looked into the main staircase hall. Another revealed the library. The hidden passages must run throughout the entire house, a secret surveillance system built into the very architecture. My skin crawled at the thought of being observed. But by whom? Mr. Thorne? Someone else? A sudden crash from my quarters sent me hurrying back through the passage. Emerging into my sitting room, I found the source of the noise. The folder of house protocols had fallen from the desk, its contents scattered across the floor. As I moved to collect them, I noticed something else, wet footprints crossing the room from the door to the window. Small, barefoot prints like those of a child. The window was now open, the curtains billowing as rain gusted in. I rushed to close it, leaning out briefly to see if anyone was on the ledge or below. Nothing but the dark grounds being lashed by rain. I turned back to the room, heart pounding. The footprints were already fading as the water evaporated. I hadn't imagined them. Something had been in my room while I explored the hidden passage. Gathering the scattered papers, I noticed a page I hadn't seen before. It appeared to have been concealed within the folder's lining, revealed only when it fell. The handwriting was different from the typed protocols, hurried, urgent. If you're reading this, you've been chosen as I was. Get out while you can. The house doesn't just watch, it hungers. They've been feeding it for generations. Why do you think they need a new caretaker every winter? December 21st is coming. Don't be here when it arrives. P.S. The doors in the north wing lead nowhere now. She made sure of that. I looked at the date on the note. Last winter. What had happened to the previous caretaker? And who was she? Thunder exploded overhead, so close it felt like the house itself had shuddered. The candles guttered, then stabilized. I made a decision. I would leave first thing in the morning. Whatever secrets Blackwood Manor held, I wanted no part of them. Sleep proved elusive. Every creak and groan of the old house set my nerves on edge. The storm showed no signs of abating, and twice I could have sworn I heard footsteps in the corridor outside my room. The first time I investigated, finding nothing. The second time, I wedged a chair under the doorknob and stayed put. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion finally won out over fear. I drifted into uneasy dreams filled with hidden passages and watching eyes. In the dream, I wandered endless corridors that shifted and changed whenever I turned around. A child's laughter echoed from rooms I couldn't find. The walls pulsed gently, as if breathing. I awoke to silence. The storm had passed, and weak morning light filtered through the curtains. For a moment, I lay there, wondering if the events of the night had been exaggerated by my writer's imagination. Then I saw the chair, still wedged under the doorknob, and the scattered house protocols I'd left on the desk. Rising, I moved to the window. The grounds of Blackwood Manor stretched before me, sodden and mist-covered in the dawn light. The storm had uprooted several trees, and debris littered the long driveway. My car, I realized with a sinking feeling, was blocked in by a fallen oak. I wouldn't be leaving this morning after all. After a quick shower and change of clothes, I decided to explore the house in daylight. Knowledge was power. The more I understood about Blackwood Manor, the better equipped I'd be to handle my situation. Besides, the bizarre events of the night seemed less threatening in the gentle morning light. The house was even larger than I'd initially thought. Beyond the main areas were countless rooms, some furnished, others empty, some locked tight. I discovered a music room with an ancient grand piano, its ivory keys yellowed with age, a greenhouse attached to the east wing, now overgrown with strange plants I couldn't identify, and a gallery lined with portraits of severe-looking men and women, presumably the Blackwood family. One painting in particular caught my attention. Unlike the formal portraits, this was a less posed scene. A man in early 20th century clothing stood before the manor. Beside him was a woman in a white dress, her face turned slightly away from the painter, and between them, a young girl of perhaps 8 or 9. The child was looking directly at the viewer with an intensity that was disconcerting, her smile a little too wide, her eyes a little too knowing. A small plaque beneath the painting read, Charles, Eliza, and Margaret Blackwood, 1912. Charles, the same man who had written the letter I found in the hidden room, and Eliza, his wife, who had apparently been in Boston at the time. But the child, Margaret, something about her expression sent a shiver through me. As I leaned closer to examine the painting, I noticed something odd about the window visible behind the family. A pale face seemed to be watching from within the house, indistinct, blurry, as if the painter had started to include another figure, but then painted over it. Beautiful family, weren't they? I spun around, heart lurching into my throat. A man stood at the entrance to the gallery, tall, gaunt, with silver hair slicked back from a high forehead. He wore an impeccable black suit that seemed too formal for the setting. "Mr. Thorne," I said, recognizing him from the photo in the real estate agent's email. "I thought you weren't returning until Monday. Change of plans." His voice was deep, cultured. The storm damaged the road quite severely. I thought it best to check on the property and on you, Mr. Winters. First nights at Blackwood can be unsettling. Something in his phrasing made me uneasy. "I'm fine, though there was a power outage." "Yes, quite common during storms." The generators should have kicked in. Generators? I wasn't aware. In the north wing, he smiled thinly, which, as I'm sure you read, is off limits due to renovations. I hesitated, then decided to be direct. Mr. Thorne, I found something unusual last night. A hidden passage in my quarters, leading to some kind of observatory room. Thorne's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Calculation, perhaps. Ah, yes. Charles Blackwood was quite the amateur astronomer. The house is full of such architectural curiosities. Nothing to concern yourself with. The passage had viewing points into various rooms, including mine. A regrettable invasion of privacy by modern standards, Thorne conceded. But in Charles's day, the master of the house often wished to observe guests and servants undetected. Different times, Mr. Winters. And the note I found? About the house hungering. At this, Thorne's facade cracked slightly. His smile tightened. Your predecessor had certain mental health challenges. He left quite suddenly. I disregard anything he might have written. Before I could press further, Thorne checked his watch. I must see to the damaged East Terrace. Feel free to continue your exploration, Mr. Winters, within the permitted areas, of course. He turned to leave, then paused. One thing, though. If you should hear humming or children's laughter, it's merely the wind through the old ventilation system. Blackwood plays tricks on the mind, especially after a storm. With that, he was gone, leaving me with more questions than answers. How had he known about the humming? I hadn't mentioned it. I returned my attention to the painting. The face in the window seemed to have shifted, as if now looking directly at me. Imagination, surely. The rest of the day passed without incident. I tried to work on my novel, but found it difficult to concentrate. Instead, I explored more of the permitted areas of the house, finding nothing as unusual as the hidden passage. Thorne remained busy with storm damage, and we crossed paths only once more, in the kitchen, where he informed me that the power company would likely restore electricity the following day. As evening approached, I remembered rule number 2. All doors must be locked by sunset. It seemed paranoid, but after my experiences, I wasn't taking chances. I made a thorough check of every door and window in my section of the house. While securing a side door in what appeared to be a rarely used solarium, I spotted a figure on the lawn, a small, pale shape moving between the trees at the edge of the property. A child, I thought at first, but its movements were wrong, too fluid, almost gliding. Before I could get a better look, it vanished into the mist that was gathering as twilight descended. That night, sleep came no easier than before. Every sound from the vast house seemed amplified in the darkness. The tick of cooling wood, the whisper of drafts through ancient ventilation, and occasionally, sounds I couldn't explain. The slide of fabric against walls, the distant click of doors opening or closing. And once, the distinct sound of piano keys being gently pressed in the music room 3 corridors away. Around midnight, as I lay staring at the ceiling, the humming began again, that same haunting melody from the music box. It seemed to move, starting near my door, then circling the room, though I saw nothing. As it passed the hidden door to the passage, now resealed behind the replaced painting, I heard a child's voice whisper, "He's lying to you." I bolted upright. "Who's there? Show yourself." The humming stopped. In the silence that followed, the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me, and frost began to form on the inside of my window, delicate patterns spreading across the glass with an audible crackling. Then came a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping at my door. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Rule number 3. Ignore any knocking after midnight. The tapping continued, growing more insistent. Then a voice, a child's voice, sweet but with something wrong underneath, like honey hiding the taste of something bitter. "Let me in. I'm cold out here." I remained frozen in my bed, heart hammering. The doorknob began to turn, rattling against the locked mechanism. "Please? I just want to play." "Go away," I managed, my voice barely a whisper. The rattling stopped. After a long pause, footsteps receded down the corridor, the unmistakable patter of bare feet on hardwood. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Then, from directly beside my ear, the child's voice came again, this time a harsh whisper. "I'm already inside." I jerked away, nearly falling from the bed. The room was empty, but on the mirror of the dressing table, written in the condensation from the sudden cold, were the words, December 21st, the winter solstice, just as in Charles Blackwood's letter. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn finally broke, I dressed quickly and went in search of Thorn. I found him in the entrance hall, speaking on an old-fashioned telephone at a small desk. He hung up as I approached. "Ah, Mr. Winters. I was about to seek you out. Good news, the road should be cleared by late afternoon. I've arranged for a crew to remove the tree blocking your vehicle. I'm leaving," I said without preamble. "As soon as the road is clear." Thorn's expression remained neutral. May I ask why? If something about the accommodations is unsatisfactory. Don't. I cut him off. Someone or something was in my room last night. A child or something pretending to be one. And don't tell me it was the wind. For a long moment, Thorn studied me. Then, surprisingly, he sighed. "You weren't meant to encounter her so soon. Most caretakers go weeks before Margaret makes herself known." Margaret? The girl from the painting? Charles and Eliza's daughter. Yes. Thorn gestured to a nearby sitting room. "Please, sit. There are things you should understand about Blackwood Manor." Against my better judgment, I followed him. The sitting room was small but elegant, with a fireplace where logs were already burning. Thorn took a seat in a high-backed leather chair, indicating I should take its twin across from him. "Blackwood Manor has been in the family for 7 generations," he began. "Charles Blackwood, the man whose observatory you discovered, was more than an astronomer. He was deeply involved in, let's call them esoteric studies. He believed this property sat at an intersection of cosmic energies, a place where the veil between worlds was particularly thin." "And you believe this too?" I asked skeptically. "What I believe is irrelevant. The facts are these. In December 1912, Charles performed a ritual of some kind during the winter solstice. Whatever he intended, the results were catastrophic. His wife, Eliza, returned from Boston to find Charles in a state of madness, raving about doors and entities from beyond. Their daughter, Margaret, was nowhere to be found. She disappeared? That's the official story. Eliza claimed Charles had somehow sacrificed the child in his ritual. Charles was committed to an asylum, where he died a year later. Eliza lived in the house until her death in 1947, a recluse who spent her final years sealing passages and rooms in the North Wing. And Margaret? I pressed. Thorn's gaze moved to the fire. According to local legend, she never left. Whatever Charles did that night changed her, bound her to the house. Eliza spent decades trying to contain what her husband had unleashed. I leaned forward. "Are you seriously suggesting the house is haunted?" "I'm suggesting, Mr. Winters, that there are forces at work in Blackwood Manor that defy conventional explanation." He turned back to me, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "The North Wing isn't under renovation. It's sealed for your protection. What exactly is in there?" "Doors," Thorn said simply. "Dozens of them, opening onto elsewhere. Charles's doorways. And Margaret, or what wears her form, guards them, waiting for the solstice when the barriers are thinnest." "This is insane," I said, rising. "I'm a writer, Mr. Thorn. I recognize a ghost story when I hear one." "Then leave." His tone was suddenly harsh. "The road will be clear by evening. But know this, Margaret has chosen you. She's shown herself to you directly. That's rare, and it means she's interested. The last caretaker who caught her attention tried to unseal the North Wing. We found him in the observatory room, staring at nothing, his mind gone. Why tell me this? Why not just let me leave thinking the place had bad wiring and drafty corridors?" Thorne stood, straightening his jacket. Because, Mr. Winters, you need to understand the rules. They're not arbitrary. They're protection. And because. He hesitated. The Blackwood family has obligations. Warnings must be given. What obligations? Instead of answering, Thorne moved to a small side table and unlocked a drawer with a key from his pocket. He removed a leather-bound journal. Charles's final journal, he said, offering it to me. Read it or don't. Leave or stay. The choice is yours. But if you stay, remember the rules. And remember that December 21st is only 11 days away. I took the journal cautiously. You're not what you appear to be, are you, Mr. Thorne? A smile touched his lips, sad and knowing. Few things at Blackwood are. With that cryptic statement, he left me alone with the journal and my thoughts. The rational part of me wanted to dismiss Thorne's story as elaborate fiction designed to frighten me away from investigating the house further. But I couldn't explain what I'd experienced, the voice, the footprints, the message on the mirror. I opened Charles's journal. The early entries were mundane observations about star positions and weather patterns. But as the pages progressed, the writing became increasingly erratic, filled with strange symbols and references to the Watchers and those who wait beyond. Charles described dreams of a vast, dark city with impossible geometry, where beings composed of light and shadow moved through streets that folded back upon themselves. The final entry, dated December 20th, 1912, read, Tomorrow night, Jupiter and Saturn align. The doorway will open. I have prepared Margaret as vessel and anchor. Forgive me, Eliza. Some opportunities come once in centuries. The entities have promised knowledge beyond mortal understanding. I have seen glimpses, such terrible, beautiful glimpses. The house knows. The house has always known. It was built for this purpose, every brick and beam placed according to their design. We are not the first family to serve as keepers of the door. The journal ended there. Whatever happened on December 21st, Charles never recorded it. I spent the rest of the day in a state of indecision. Part of me was determined to leave as soon as the road was cleared. Another part, the writer in me, perhaps, was captivated by the mystery of Blackwood Manor. What if there was truth to Charles's ravings? What if something extraordinary had happened here? By late afternoon, as promised, workers had cleared the fallen tree from my car. The power had been restored as well. Everything was in place for my departure. As I packed my bags, a knock came at my door. Thorne stood outside, his expression grave. The road is clear, Mr. Winters. What have you decided? I hesitated. I'm not sure I believe any of this, but I'm intrigued. If I stay, will you tell me everything you know about Charles's research? Something like relief flickered across Thorne's features. Of course. Though I warn you, knowledge comes at a price at Blackwood. One more question. The rules, do they work? Do they keep her away? They've kept caretakers alive for decades, Thorne replied carefully. But Margaret is not the only presence in Blackwood Manor. The house itself has awareness and hunger. What does it hunger for? Thorne met my gaze steadily. Witnesses. That evening, after Thorne departed, promising to return the following day with Charles's research materials, I found myself alone again in the vast house. But now, knowing what I did, every sound held new significance. The creaks were no longer settling timber, but the house shifting its attention. The drafts were its breath, the strange sweet smell, its essence. I avoided the hidden passage, though several times I caught myself staring at the painting that concealed its entrance, half expecting it to swing open of its own accord. Instead, I focused on my writing, using the bizarre circumstances as inspiration. My novel, previously a standard psychological thriller, took a supernatural turn that excited me creatively. As midnight approached, I braced myself for another visitation from Margaret. But the hours passed quietly. Perhaps the rules truly did offer protection. Or perhaps she was waiting, watching from the hidden passages that honeycombed the walls. I must have dozed off at my desk because I awoke with a start to the sound of piano music drifting through the house. A simple melody played with a child's hesitant technique. Glancing at my watch, I saw it was 3:17 a.m. Against every instinct for self-preservation, I rose and followed the sound. The music led me to the grand piano in the music room. As I approached the doorway, I saw her, a small figure seated at the piano, her back to me, white nightdress glowing in the moonlight that streamed through tall windows. Her dark hair was arranged in two neat braids. I knew I should retreat, follow Rule 3, and ignore her presence. But curiosity overrode caution. "Margaret," I called softly. The music stopped. The child's head tilted, though she didn't turn around. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice oddly hollow, as if coming from far away. "Not yet. Not until the doors open." "What doors, Margaret?" "The ones in the north wing." Her shoulders shook with silent laughter. "All doors are the same door, when you know how to look." She began to turn, and I averted my eyes instinctively. Something told me I shouldn't see her face. "He wants you to stay," she continued. "He thinks you'll help him. They always do." "Help who?" "Thorn." More laughter, high and brittle like breaking glass. "Per Mr. Thorn. He doesn't even know what he is anymore. They've had him so long." "Who are they, Margaret?" "The same ones who have me. The same ones who'll have you." Her voice turned sing-song. "They're hungry again. It's been so long since they fed." I risked a glance at her. She was facing me now, but her face was in shadow, only the gleam of eyes visible. "Do you want to see what's behind the doors?" she asked. "I can show you. Just one little peek." She extended a hand toward me, pale and small in the moonlight. I found myself taking a step forward, drawn by a curiosity I couldn't suppress. The grand piano slammed its lid down with explosive force, the sound like a gunshot in the quiet house. I jumped backward. "Not yet," Margaret hissed, withdrawing her hand. "He's watching. Always watching." Before I could respond, she was gone, not running from the room or fading away, but simply gone between one. Before I could respond, she was gone, not running from the room or fading away, but simply gone between one blink and the next. The piano keys continued to depress on their own for a few more notes, playing out the last measures of her melody before falling still. I stood frozen in the darkened music room, the weight of what I just witnessed settling over me. If I'd had any doubts about Thorn's story, they were gone now. Whatever Margaret was, ghost, memory, or something else entirely, she was real. And so were her warnings. I retreated to my quarters, locking the door behind me. Sleep was out of the question now. Instead, I returned to Charles's journal, rereading passages I'd skimmed earlier, searching for clues about them, the entities Margaret had mentioned, the ones who had both her and Thorn. A passage near the middle caught my attention. "The watching ones speak more clearly now. They exist between spaces and walls and shadows and reflections. They cannot cross fully into our world without assistance, without doorways and vessels. But oh, how they hunger for sensation. They experience our reality through witnesses, through those who see and hear and feel for them. The more witnesses, the stronger their connection." I glanced up at the walls of my room, suddenly acutely aware of the hidden apertures behind them, the watching points through which unseen eyes might be fixed on me at this very moment. The house hunger for witnesses. Thorn's words echoed in my mind. Not a metaphor, I realized, but literal truth. The house, or what lived within it, fed on observation, on attention. A terrible suspicion began to form. The caretaker position, the minimal responsibilities, the generous compensation, it wasn't a job. It was bait. The Blackwood family, or whatever remained of them, were suppliers, providing fresh witnesses for the entities that dwelled in the house. And December 21st, the winter solstice, when the doors would open, was feeding time. Morning brought a gray, overcast sky and a light snowfall. I hadn't slept, but adrenaline kept me alert as I waited for Thorn's return. He arrived shortly after 10, carrying a wooden chest which he placed on my desk. Charles's research materials, as promised, he announced, producing a small key. Some of it is disturbing, but if understanding is what you seek, it's all here. As he unlocked the chest, I studied him with new eyes. How long have you been the property manager here, Mr. Thorne? Longer than you might imagine, he replied without looking up. And how many caretakers have you recruited in that time? His hands stilled. You've been speaking with Margaret. She found me in the music room last night. She said, they've had you so long. What did she mean by that, Mr. Thorne? Who are they? Thorne straightened, his expression unreadable. Margaret is not what she appears. Neither am I. And neither, Mr. Winters, are you. What's that supposed to mean? Why do you think you were chosen? The ad was specific, a writer seeking solitude. Creative minds are more receptive, more valuable as witnesses. He gestured to the chest, now open to reveal stacks of papers, photographs, and small objects wrapped in cloth. Charles understood this. His research was leading him toward greater understanding when circumstances intervened. You mean when he sacrificed his daughter? I challenged. Is that what I told you? Thorne smiled thinly. Strange how memories shift in this house. No, Mr. Winters. Charles didn't sacrifice Margaret. Margaret sacrificed Charles. The revelation hung in the air between us. Before I could process it, Thorne continued. I'll leave you to your research. But a word of caution, knowledge changes you here. The more you understand, the more visible you become to them. After he left, I dove into Charles's materials. There were star charts with strange annotations, pages of calculations, and photographs of the night sky with certain stars circled in red ink. More disturbing were the sketches, creatures with too many limbs, landscapes of twisted geometry, and over, a symbol like an eye within a spiral. One document particularly chilled me, a series of portraits labeled Caretakers of Blackwood Manor, dating back to the 1850s. The earliest images were daguerreotypes, followed by sepia photographs, then black and white, and finally color. Dozens of faces stared back at me, men and women of various ages and appearances. But what disturbed me wasn't their number, it was their eyes. In the earliest images, the eyes were normal. But as the timeline progressed, the eyes changed, becoming slightly too large, too dark, too wrong. By the most recent photographs, the caretaker's gazes seemed to contain something alien, something that watched through human eyes but wasn't human at all. And the final portrait in the series stopped my breath. It was me, not a recent photograph, but unmistakably my face, with those same wrong eyes, labeled Michael Winters, 2024 to 2025. I flung the portrait away, heart hammering. How was this possible? The photograph couldn't exist. I'd only arrived at Blackwood 2 days ago, and Thorne couldn't have had time to add my picture to the collection, let alone alter it in such a disturbing way. Unless time worked differently here. Unless what I was experiencing had happened before, would happen again, was always happening in the endless cycle of Blackwood Manor. I needed to leave. Now. Whatever mystery enthralled the writer in me, whatever curiosity kept me bound to this place, it wasn't worth the risk. I grabbed my laptop and essential belongings, throwing them haphazardly into my bag. The rest could stay. I wanted nothing from this house. As I hurried down the main staircase, a voice called my name, not Margaret's childish tone, but a woman's voice, cultured and precise. Mr. Winters. Leaving so soon? At the foot of the stairs stood an elderly woman in an old-fashioned dress of deep burgundy. Her silver hair was arranged in an elegant coif, and she held herself with aristocratic posture. I'd never seen her before, yet something in her features was familiar. Who are you? I demanded, continuing my descent more cautiously. Eliza Blackwood. She smiled, the expression not reaching her eyes. Or what remains of her. I believe you've met my daughter. That's impossible. Eliza Blackwood died in 1947. Did she? Dates become so fluid here at Blackwood. She gestured to the entrance hall. "Please, join me for tea. There are matters we should discuss before you depart." Against my better judgment, I followed her into a small sitting room I hadn't noticed before. A tea service waited on a delicate table, steam rising from the spout of the porcelain pot. "You've been reading Charles's materials," she observed as she poured. "Then you know something of what happened here." "I know Charles was conducting some kind of ritual involving cosmic alignments and doorways to somewhere else, and that Margaret was involved." Eliza handed me a cup, the china so fine it was nearly translucent. "My husband was a brilliant man, but woefully naive. He believed he was in control of his research, that the entities were sharing knowledge with him freely. He didn't understand that he was being prepared, just as Margaret was." "Prepared for what?" "Consumption." Her voice was matter of fact. "The entities, the watching ones, they cannot experience our world directly. They need intermediaries, witnesses who can see and feel for them. But a single witness provides only limited sensation. They crave more." I set down my untouched tea. "And December 21st? The winter solstice, when certain cosmic conditions align. The barriers between realities are thinnest then." She sighed. "Charles intended to open a controlled doorway, to communicate more directly with the entities. He didn't realize that Margaret had already been compromised. She had been their vessel for months, watching, listening, feeding them impressions of our world." "What happened that night?" "Margaret opened all the doors at once." Eliza's gaze turned distant. "Every doorway in the north wing, every passage between here and elsewhere. The entities poured through. Charles was the first to be consumed, his consciousness absorbed, his body left an empty vessel. I managed to seal most of the doors before they could spread beyond Blackwood, but the price was high." "What price?" I asked, though I feared I knew the answer. "I became like them, neither fully here nor there. A watcher in walls, a whisper in shadows." She smiled sadly. "As did Thorne and others who served the house. As will you, if you remain." "I have no intention of remaining. Yet here you sit, drinking tea with a ghost, seeking answers instead of fleeing." She raised an eyebrow. "The writer in you is already captivated, Mr. Winters. The story is a lure you cannot resist." She was right, I realized with dismay. Even now, part of me was mentally composing passages, structuring the narrative of my experiences, finding the perfect words to capture the horror and wonder of Blackwood Manor. "What happens on December 21st? I asked, unable to stop myself. "The solstice comes, the doors open, and those who dwell within Blackwood feed upon the witness. Your consciousness joins the collective, your body becomes another vessel. The cycle continues." Eliza's form seemed to flicker slightly, her edges blurring. "But this solstice is special. Jupiter and Saturn align again, as they did in 1912. The doorways will open wider than they have in generations. And if I leave? Then leave." Her tone was suddenly hard. "But know that Blackwood has tasted you now. It's had a sample of your perceptions, your unique way of seeing. It will not forget." Before I could respond, a crash sounded from somewhere above us, the distinct sound of breaking glass. Eliza's head snapped up, alarm crossing her features. "She's trying to force a doorway early," she whispered. "Go. Now." I didn't need further encouragement. I fled the sitting room, racing for the main entrance. Behind me, I heard Eliza call out words in a language I didn't recognize, harsh syllables that seemed to catch in the throat. The front door was locked. I rattled it desperately, but it wouldn't budge. From the upper floors came more sounds of destruction, shattering glass, splintering wood, and beneath it all, a child's laughter. I turned to find another exit, only to see Margaret standing at the top of the grand staircase. But something was wrong with her form. Her silhouette seemed to shift and distort, as if multiple versions of her were trying to occupy the same space. Her eyes, now clearly visible in the daylight, were completely black, reflecting nothing. Running so soon? She cocked her head at an impossible angle. but you haven't seen behind the doors yet. Don't you want to know what watches you from the walls? Let me go, I demanded, fighting to keep my voice steady. I'm not part of this. You became part the moment you crossed the threshold. Her voice changed, deepening, multiplying into a chorus of whispers. All witnesses belonged to Blackwood in the end. She began to descend the stairs, her movements jerky and wrong, like a marionette controlled by unpracticed hands. I backed away, searching frantically for another exit. A hand gripped my shoulder. I whirled to find Thorne beside me, his expression grim. "The conservatory," he hissed. "Eastern wing. Go now." Without waiting for a response, he turned to face Margaret, placing himself between us. The child thing hissed, a sound no human throat could produce. "Traitor," she spat. "You forget what you are." "I remember exactly what I am," Thorne replied, "and what I was before. I didn't stay to witness what happened next." I ran, following the corridors toward the eastern wing, Margaret's inhuman shriek echoing behind me. The house seemed to be actively working against my escape. Doors that should have been open were locked. Corridors ended in walls that hadn't been there before. Windows looked out on impossible landscapes. Finally, I reached the conservatory, a vast glass-domed space filled with exotic plants. Many of the glass panels were broken, allowing snow to drift in and settle on the vegetation. At the far end was a door, partially obscured by climbing vines. As I crossed the space, the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me, and the plants nearest to me began to frost over. Behind me, I heard Margaret's voice, now a cacophony of overlapping whispers. "The doors are opening. Witness. Can you feel it? They're so hungry." I reached the far door, tearing away vines to reveal a simple wooden exit. It opened at my touch, revealing not the grounds of Blackwood Manor, but a narrow stone corridor descending into darkness, a passage I hadn't seen on any of the house maps. Margaret's presence was closing in behind me. I had no choice. I entered the passage, pulling the door shut behind me. The darkness was absolute. I activated my phone's flashlight, revealing rough stone walls that glistened with moisture. The passage sloped downward at a steep angle, forcing me to brace against the walls to avoid slipping. The air grew colder as I descended, carrying that now familiar sweet, rotting scent, stronger here than anywhere else in the house. After what felt like an eternity, the passage leveled out and opened into a circular chamber. My light revealed ancient stonework that predated Blackwood Manor by centuries, perhaps millennia. The walls were covered in carvings, spirals, eyes, and figures that seemed to shift when viewed directly. In the center of the chamber stood a stone pedestal, and atop it, an object that defied easy description, a crystalline structure that appeared to fold in on itself in ways that hurt the eyes to follow. It pulsed with a faint blue light, the rhythm reminiscent of a heartbeat. And surrounding the pedestal in a perfect circle were doors. Dozens of them, each unique, some ornate, some simple, some made of materials I couldn't identify. None of them connected to walls. They simply stood in freestanding frames, like portals awaiting activation. The nexus came Eliza's voice from behind me. I turned to find her standing in the passage entrance, her form more substantial here. The original structure. Blackwood Manor was built around it, to conceal it. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice echoing strangely in the chamber. "A crossing point. One of several on Earth where realities intersect naturally." She moved beside me, gazing at the crystalline object. The indigenous people who first settled this region built the chamber to contain the energies. The Blackwood family discovered it in the 1800s and exploited it. And these doors, they lead everywhere and nowhere. To other times, other worlds, other dimensions. Most are sealed, but on the solstice, when the crystal resonates with cosmic alignments. She trailed off. "They all open," I finished. "And whatever's on the other side comes through." "Not through," Eliza corrected. "That would require too much energy even on the solstice. But they can reach through, can touch the minds of those present, can feed on their perceptions and slowly change them. I approached one of the doors cautiously, a simple wooden one with an antique brass handle. Despite myself, I reached out, my fingers hovering near its surface. "Don't," Eliza warned sharply. "Even a crack is enough for them to sense you, to mark you." Too late, I realized my mistake. The crystal at the center of the room pulsed faster, its blue light intensifying. The door beneath my hand grew warm, then hot. I jerked away, but a thin line of light had already appeared around its frame. "We need to leave. Now." Eliza's voice was urgent. "The seals are weakening early. Margaret's influence is stronger than I anticipated." We hurried back up the passage, the sound of grinding stone following us, the sound of doors beginning to open. As we neared the top, a figure blocked our path, Margaret, or the thing wearing her form. In the confined space, I could see more clearly how wrong she was, her proportions slightly off, her movements too fluid, her skin subtly translucent. "Mother," she crooned in her chorus of voices. "Still trying to undo Father's work? After all these years?" "That's not my daughter," Eliza said flatly. "Margaret died the night Charles opened the first door. You're just wearing her memory." "Am I?" The thing smiled, revealing teeth too numerous and sharp to be human. "Or is she wearing me? Does it matter anymore?" Before either of us could react, Margaret lunged forward, moving with impossible speed. Her hands, now elongated, fingers like talons, grasped my face. Her touch was ice cold, burning like frostbite. "See," she hissed, her black eyes inches from mine. "See what watches you." And I did see. The walls of the passage fell away, revealing an impossible space beyond, a vast darkness populated by shapes I couldn't comprehend, geometries that shifted and changed as I tried to focus on them. They moved with purpose, with hunger, with ancient patience. And they were all watching me, watching through me, using my eyes to see, my mind to comprehend. I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat as my mind struggled to process what it was never meant to perceive. Margaret's grip tightened, forcing me to keep looking. "Beautiful, aren't they?" she whispered. "They've waited so long for the alignment, for the feast. And you, with your rider's perception, your ability to translate experience into words, you're the perfect witness." Suddenly, her grip was torn away. Thorn had appeared behind her, dragging her backward. Margaret shrieked, her form distorting further as she struggled against him. "Go," Thorn shouted at me. "The northeast exit. It's clear." I stumbled forward, my vision still swimming with afterimages of what Margaret had shown me. Eliza grabbed my arm, pulling me along the passage toward the conservatory. Behind us, the sounds of struggle continued, inhuman screeches and Thorn's deep voice chanting words in that same strange language Eliza had used earlier. We burst into the conservatory, now completely frosted over, the plants brittle and white with ice. Eliza pointed to a small door nearly hidden beneath dead vines. "That will lead you to the grounds. Your car keys." I patted my pocket, confirming they were there. "Don't stop," she instructed. "Don't look back. Drive until you're miles from here. And Michael." She hesitated. "What you saw, try to forget it. The more you remember, the more you describe it, even in your thoughts, the stronger their connection to you becomes. What about you?" And Thorn, a sad smile touched her lips. "We belong to Blackwood now. Have for generations. This is our penance, to protect the world from what we unleashed." A violent tremor shook the house, nearly knocking us off our feet. From deep below came a sound like massive doors scraping open. "Too late," Eliza whispered. "They're coming early. The alignment must be closer than we calculated." She shoved me toward the exit. "Run." I didn't hesitate. I ran, bursting through the door onto the snow-covered grounds of Blackwood Manor. The sky above was strangely dark for midday, the clouds tinged with an unnatural blue light. The air hummed with energy, making my skin prickle and my teeth ache. My car sat where I'd left it, now dusted with snow. I sprinted for it, fumbling with the keys in my trembling hands. As I unlocked the door, A compulsion made me turn back toward the house. Blackwood Manor was changing. The stones seemed to be shifting, the angles of walls and roof becoming subtly wrong. Windows that had been rectangular were now oddly curved, and the entire structure seemed to be slowly rotating around an axis I couldn't quite perceive. In one of the third-floor windows, the master bedroom that had been strictly off-limits, I saw a figure watching me. Not Margaret or Eliza or Thorne, but something else. Something vast compressed into a vaguely human shape, its edges blurring into the shadows around it. It raised a limb that might have been an arm, pointing directly at me. I felt it then, a tether, a connection between my mind and whatever watched from the window. A silent promise. We've tasted you. We know you now. Distance is meaningless. I tore my gaze away, throwing myself into the car and starting the engine. The tires spun in the snow before catching, and then I was racing down the long driveway, away from Blackwood Manor and the horrors it contained. In my rearview mirror, I could see the house continuing its impossible transformation, its structure now openly defying the laws of physics. The blue light had intensified, pulsing outward in waves that distorted the air around the property. Only when the gates were behind me, only when the main road stretched before me, did I begin to believe escape was possible. I drove recklessly, putting as much distance between myself and Blackwood as I could, stopping only when my gas tank neared empty in a small town some 100 miles away. In a motel room under a false name, I tried to convince myself that what I'd experienced had been an elaborate hallucination, a nervous breakdown triggered by isolation and stress. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those watching shapes, felt their hunger, their patient anticipation. And I found myself writing compulsively, desperately, recording every detail of my experience at Blackwood Manor. Despite Eliza's warning, I couldn't stop myself. The writer in me needed to capture it, to translate the horror into words that might be understood. Each page I filled strengthened the tether I'd felt, the connection to whatever had marked me in that house. It's been 9 days since my escape. December 21st approaches. I feel the pull growing stronger, the compulsion to return to Blackwood nearly overwhelming. Sometimes, in mirrors or windows, I catch glimpses of Margaret watching me, her black eyes knowing, her too wide smile inviting. Last night, I dreamed of the chamber beneath the house, of doors standing open, of shapes emerging that bent reality around them. I woke to find frost patterns on the inside of my motel window spirals and eyes, the same patterns carved into the ancient stone beneath Blackwood Manor. And this morning, slipped under my door, I found a note written in elegant script. The doors are opening, witness. They're so hungry. December 21st. We'll be waiting. The most terrifying revelation, though, came when I finally looked in the mirror and truly saw myself. My eyes have changed, growing darker, larger, wrong, just like the eyes in those portraits of previous caretakers. I'm writing this now as both warning and confession. If you're reading these words, you become part of the cycle too, another witness, another perception for them to feed upon. The tether stretches, from me to you, from Blackwood to wherever you are. They're watching you now, through these words, through my memories translated into your thoughts. Can you feel them? That prickling on the back of your neck, that sense of presence just beyond your peripheral vision? Don't look. Don't turn around. And whatever you do, don't read this aloud. Sound gives them strength, makes the connection stronger. Each word spoken is another crack in the door between their reality and yours. But it's too late, isn't it? You've already begun. And somewhere, in the spaces between spaces, in the shadows within shadows, they're watching, waiting, hungry. Welcome to Blackwood Manor. The doors are opening, and they know you now too. Whispers in the walls. The rain came down in furious sheets as I pulled my car up the long, winding driveway. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the silhouette of Blackwood Manor for fleeting seconds at a time, a massive Victorian monstrosity perched atop the hill like a predator surveying its domain. The headlights of my rental car swept across the facade, revealing crumbling stonework and windows that seemed to watch me approach. I hadn't wanted to come here. Not today. Not ever. But Aunt Eleanor's will have been specific. I must spend one night in her home before the reading of her will or forfeit my inheritance. One night. That's all. The lawyer had assured me the electricity and plumbing were still functional, despite the house standing vacant since her death 3 months ago. Just a formality, he had said with a strange, tight smile. Eleanor had her eccentricities. That was putting it mildly. And Eleanor was more than eccentric. She was the family's shameful secret, the recluse who'd cut herself off from the world 40 years ago to live alone in this architectural behemoth. I had never met her, only heard stories, whispered conversations that stopped when children entered the room, oblique references to Eleanor's troubles. I killed the engine and sat listening to the rain hammer against the roof of the car. The storm had worsened during my 3-hour drive from the city, and now the sky had taken on that strange, sickly green quality that presages violent weather. My phone showed no service, not surprising given the remoteness of the property. I was effectively cut off from the world until morning. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my overnight bag and made a dash for the front entrance. The heavy oak door creaked open on hinges that sounded as though they hadn't been oiled in decades. I fumbled along the wall, my fingers eventually finding a light switch. With a soft click, dim yellow light flooded the entrance hall, revealing a grand foyer that time had forgotten. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, coated in a thick layer of dust that diffused the light into a murky glow. A sweeping staircase curved up to the second floor, the banister gleaming dully where my hand had disturbed the dust. To my right, a grandfather clock stood sentinel, its pendulum still, the face frozen at 3:47. The air smelled of mildew, aged wood, and something else, something vaguely metallic. I dropped my bag by the door and shrugged off my soaked coat, hanging it on an ornate coat rack. Water pooled around my feet on the marble floor. Outside, thunder rumbled, so close it seemed to vibrate through the floorboards beneath my feet. "Hello," I called out, though I knew no one would answer. My voice echoed off the high ceiling, bouncing down distant corridors. "Just checking," I muttered to myself. The lawyer had left a folder of instructions on a side table in the foyer. I picked it up and flipped it open, scanning the neat typewritten pages by the weak light. Miss Blackwood's bedroom is located on the second floor, east wing. You may choose any guest room for your stay. The kitchen is fully stocked. The basement and third floor are strictly off-limits due to structural concerns. Please respect these boundaries for your own safety. Simple enough. Stay the night, avoid dangerous areas, collect inheritance in the morning. I could do this. I decided to explore the ground floor first, get my bearings before selecting a bedroom. The foyer opened onto a grand sitting room where furniture hulked beneath white sheets like misshapen ghosts. Beyond that was a formal dining room with a table that could seat 20, though I doubted an Eleanor had entertained in decades. The kitchen was surprisingly modern compared to the rest of the house, large stainless steel appliances and granite countertops that seemed jarringly out of place among the otherwise Victorian aesthetics. True to the lawyer's word, the refrigerator was stocked with enough food for several days, not just one night. An odd precaution, but I appreciated the thoroughness. As I stood contemplating whether to make myself something to eat, the lights flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. The storm was worsening. I could hear the wind now, howling around the eaves of the house, making the windows rattle in their frames. A sharp crack of thunder made me jump, and then the lights went out entirely, plunging me into absolute darkness. Perfect. Just perfect. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, activating the flashlight function. The beam seemed pitifully inadequate in the vast kitchen. I swept it around, looking for candles or a flashlight, something more substantial than my rapidly draining phone battery. A drawer near the sink yielded a heavy-duty flashlight that, to my relief, worked when I clicked it on. I also found several candles and matches, which I gathered up. Better to be prepared than stumbling around in the dark all night. With my flashlight illuminating the way, I decided to head upstairs to find a bedroom. The grand staircase creaked beneath my weight, each step producing a groan that seemed to reverberate through the entire structure. The beam of my flashlight caught dust motes dancing in the air, disturbed by my passage. The second-floor landing opened onto a long hallway lined with doors. Portraits hung on the walls, their subjects' eyes seeming to follow me as I passed. I tried not to look at them directly. Something about their painted gazes made my skin crawl. I counted doors as I walked. 1, 2, 3, on the right side of the hallway. According to the floor plan in the folder, and Eleanor's room would be the last door on the left. I decided to choose a guest room far from hers. Something about sleeping in a dead woman's bedroom, especially one I'd never met, felt deeply unsettling. I selected the second door on the right and pushed it open. The hinges protested with a high-pitched squeal that set my teeth on edge. The beam of my flashlight revealed a handsomely appointed guest room with a 4-poster bed, an antique dresser, and a small attached bathroom. It would do. I set down my bag and arranged candles around the room, lighting them one by one until a warm glow filled the space. The storm continued to rage outside, rain lashing against the windows like desperate fingers trying to claw their way in. I checked my phone again, still no service, and the battery was down to 68%. I switched to power-saving mode and set it on the nightstand. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten since lunch. I decided to brave the dark house again to retrieve some food from the kitchen. Grabbing my flashlight, I stepped back into the hallway. That's when I heard it. A soft thump, like a book falling from a shelf, coming from somewhere down the corridor. I froze, listening intently. The sound didn't repeat. Hello? I called again, knowing it was foolish. No one was here. It was just an old house settling, creaking and groaning as all old structures do, especially during storms. Still, I found myself walking toward the sound rather than toward the stairs. The beam of my flashlight bounced along the hallway as I moved, casting strange, elongated shadows that seemed to reach for me as I passed. I reached the end of the hallway, where a single door stood slightly ajar, and Eleanor's bedroom. I hesitated, my hand hovering near the wooden panel. The lawyer's instructions hadn't forbidden me from entering her room, only the basement and third floor. Curiosity won out. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was larger than I had expected, dominated by a massive canopy bed draped in dark velvet. Unlike the rest of the house, this room showed no signs of dust or neglect. The surfaces gleamed as though they had been polished that very morning. Fresh flowers, lilies, sat in a vase on the dressing table, their petals pale and perfect. I stepped further into the room, my flashlight beam revealing more incongruities. A book lay open on the bedside table, a pair of reading glasses folded neatly beside it. The bed was turned down, as though awaiting its occupant. It looked lived in. This isn't right, I whispered to myself. And Eleanor had been dead for 3 months. Who had been maintaining this room? Who had placed fresh flowers by her bed? As if in response to my question, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath clouded in front of my face, the sudden chill raising goosebumps along my arms. The candle flames in the hallway behind me wavered and bent, but there was no draft I could feel. And then I smelled it, a cloying, sweet perfume that seemed to fill the air around me. Roses and something else, something chemical and sharp. Formaldehyde. The smell of preservation. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. As I moved, my flashlight beam swept across the dressing table mirror, and for a split second, I could have sworn I saw someone standing behind me, the gaunt figure of an elderly woman in a nightgown, her eyes dark hollows in a paper-white face. I whirled around, but there was no one there. Just shadows and the heavy velvet drapes stirring slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. It a grip, I told myself firmly. You're letting your imagination run wild. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as I left the room. pulling the door firmly shut behind me. I practically ran down the stairs, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly ahead of me. I needed food, and then I would lock myself in the guest room until morning. In the kitchen, I hastily assembled a sandwich from the supplies in the refrigerator, not bothering with plates or niceties. I just wanted to get back upstairs, away from the vast, echoing spaces of the ground floor where shadows seemed to move at the periphery of my vision. As I turned to leave the kitchen, sandwich in hand, the beam of my flashlight fell upon the basement door. It was a heavy oak affair with an antique iron lock, the kind that required a key. A yellow piece of paper had been taped to it, bearing the lawyer's neat handwriting. Off limits, structurally unsound. I was about to turn away when I noticed something odd. Despite the layer of dust that coated most surfaces in the house, the doorknob to the basement gleamed as though it had been recently polished or used. More disturbing still was the thin line of light visible beneath the door, suggesting that whatever power outage had affected the rest of the house hadn't touched the basement. I stood transfixed, staring at that thin gold line of light. It shouldn't be there. It couldn't be there. And yet, a tremendous crash of thunder shook the house, and at the same instant, I heard a sound that turned my blood to ice, the distinct squeak of floorboards from the room directly above me. Someone was walking around on the second floor. I killed my flashlight immediately, plunging myself into darkness. My heart pounded so hard I was certain anyone in the house could hear it. I strained my ears, listening for any further sounds. There it was again, the unmistakable creak of weight shifting on old wooden floors. And then, more terrifying still, the sound of someone descending the main staircase, one slow step at a time. I pressed myself against the kitchen wall, trying to control my panicked breathing. The sandwich slipped from my nerveless fingers, falling to the floor with a soft plop. I didn't dare move to retrieve it. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and paused. Then, with deliberate slowness, they began moving across the foyer toward the kitchen. My mind raced through possibilities: an intruder who had broken in, thinking the house was empty, the caretaker coming to check on the property during the storm, or something else entirely, something connected to the pristine bedroom and the basement with its impossibly lit interior. The footsteps stopped just outside the kitchen door. I held my breath, pressing myself harder against the wall as though I could somehow melt into it. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the kitchen and the tall figure now standing in the doorway. It was a woman, elderly and rail-thin, dressed in a long white nightgown. Her hair hung in silver streaks around a face that was deeply lined, the skin stretched taut over prominent cheekbones. But it was her eyes that froze me in place, completely black, like pools of ink, reflecting no light whatsoever. "You came," she said, her voice a dry whisper that seemed to scrape along my nerves. "I knew you would." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be real. "And Eleanor?" I finally managed, my voice cracking. The woman's face split into a smile that revealed teeth too white, too perfect for her ancient face. "You recognize me. How touching." "You're dead," I whispered. "You died 3 months ago." She tilted her head, the movement too fluid, almost reptilian. "Did I? How curious." She took a step toward me, and I pressed myself harder against the wall. Death is such a flexible concept in this house. Lightning flashed again, and in that instant of illumination, I saw her differently, her nightgown stained with dark patches, her neck bent at an impossible angle, her feet hovering several inches above the floor. Then darkness returned, and she appeared normal again, or as normal as a dead woman walking could appear. "What do you want?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. "What do I want?" She laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "I want what everyone wants, dear niece. Company." She gestured around the kitchen. "This house gets so lonely." I shook my head, unable to process what was happening. "This isn't real." "You're not real." "Oh, I assure you, I'm quite real." She drifted closer, and the air around me grew colder. "As real as this house." as real as the others. Others. The word emerged as barely more than a breath. Eleanor smiled again, that too perfect, too wide smile. You didn't think you were the first, did you? The first relative to receive my invitation? My gaze darted to the door, calculating my chances of making it past her and out of the house. As if reading my thoughts, Eleanor moved to block my path, her movements unnaturally swift. The storm is too severe for driving, she said, her tone almost conversational. And I'm afraid the bridge that connects my property to the main road has been compromised. You're here for the duration, my dear. A cold certainty settled over me. I was trapped with this, whatever she was. This thing that wore my dead aunt's face. What happened to the others? I asked, dreading the answer. Why don't I show you? Eleanor extended a hand toward me, her fingers elongated and pale as candle wax. They're just downstairs, in the basement. They've been so looking forward to meeting you. With a surge of desperate energy, I ducked under her outstretched arm and bolted for the door. I heard her laugh behind me as I ran, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I raced through the foyer, my only thought to reach the front door and escape into the storm. Better to take my chances with the elements than remain in this house a moment longer. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but the door wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, throwing my entire weight backward. Nothing. It was as though the door had been sealed shut, become one with the frame itself. I told you, Eleanor's voice came from directly behind me, her breath cold against my neck. You're here for the duration. I spun around, but the foyer was empty. Only the sound of her laughter remained, fading down a distant corridor. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I needed to think, to plan. If I couldn't get out through the front door, perhaps there was another exit, a back door, a low window, anything. I retrieved my flashlight from where I dropped it in the kitchen and began a methodical search of the ground floor. Every door to the outside was sealed, every window unbreakable, no matter how hard I struck them. It was as though the house itself had closed around me, sealing me in like an insect in amber. Exhausted and terrified, I slumped against a wall in what must have once been a study. The beam of my flashlight illuminated rows of bookshelves and a massive desk. Perhaps there was something here that could help me, information about the house, about Eleanor, about what was happening to me. I began rifling through the desk drawers, finding nothing but old correspondence and household accounts. Then, in the bottom drawer, I discovered a leather-bound journal with my aunt's name embossed on the cover. I opened it with trembling hands, the brittle pages crackling as I turned them. The earliest entries were mundane, notes about household expenses, comments on the weather, complaints about the unreliability of local services. But as I read further, the entries took a darker turn. June 15th, 1983. The house spoke to me again last night. It knows I'm alone now that Richard is gone. It offered me a solution to my solitude. I'm afraid of what it's asking. July 3rd, 1983. My nephew visits tomorrow. The house is excited. I've tried to warn him away, but the pull of inheritance is too strong. God forgive me for what I've set in motion. July 5th, 1983. It's done. The house has him now. In the basement. With the others. Their voices have joined the chorus in the walls. So many voices now. Too many. And yet the house hungers still. The journal entries continued, documenting visitor after visitor, relative after relative, all lured to the house by promises of inheritance, all joining the chorus in the walls. The final entry was dated just 3 months ago, the day of Eleanor's reported death. October 10th, 2024. The house will not let me leave. I have served my purpose, brought it so many voices, and now it claims me as well. But it allows me one final act, one last lure, one last voice to add to its collection before it is satisfied. Forgive me, but it must be blood. Family. That is what the house demands. If you're reading this, you are the last. The final offering. Run if you can. Hide if you cannot run. But know this, the house always takes what belongs to it in the end. I closed the journal, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it. The house. Not Eleanor. But the house itself was the entity that had trapped me here. Eleanor had been its puppet, its lure, just as she was now. As if in response to my realization, the house seemed to shudder around me. The floorboards groaned, the walls creaked, and for a moment, I could have sworn I heard voices, dozens of them, whispering in unison from within the very structure of the building. Join us. Join the chorus. Sing with us forever. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the journal to my chest. I needed to get out, needed to escape before I became another voice in the walls, another victim of whatever malevolent force had taken root in Blackwood Manor. But where could I go? I tried every exit. The house had sealed itself against escape. My only hope might be to find where the others had been taken, to learn what had happened to them, and perhaps discover a weakness, a way to break free. The basement. All the journal entries mentioned the basement. That's where the chorus was kept. And the basement door had shown signs of recent use, had somehow maintained power when the rest of the house went dark. I had to go there. Had to see for myself. It was my only chance. Steeling myself, I made my way back to the kitchen and the basement door. The warning sign seemed to mock me now, not a caution about structural issues, but an attempt to keep me from discovering the truth. I tried the handle, expecting to find it locked, but to my surprise, it turned easily under my hand. The door swung open, revealing a set of wooden stairs descending into warm, yellow light. The air that wafted up from below was strangely sweet, like overripe fruit on the verge of decay. Taking a deep breath that did nothing to calm my racing heart, I began to descend the stairs, one hand trailing along the wall for balance, the other still clutching the journal like a talisman. The basement was not what I expected. Instead of a dank, unfinished space, I found myself in what appeared to be a perfect replica of the entrance hall above. The same grand staircase, the same chandelier, even the same grandfather clock. Here it was ticking steadily, the hands pointing to 3:47, just as they had been upstairs. I stepped further into the space, my footsteps echoing on marble that shouldn't exist in a basement. The air down here was warm, almost uncomfortably so, and the sweet smell was stronger, undercut now by that same chemical tang I'd noticed in Eleanor's bedroom. Formaldehyde. Beautiful, isn't it? Eleanor's voice came from behind me. I whirled to find her standing at the foot of the stairs, blocking my retreat. A perfect replica. The house creates what it needs. What we need. I managed to ask. Eleanor smiled and gestured to her right. I turned slowly, dreading what I might see. They sat in ornate chairs arranged in a semicircle, men and women of various ages, all dressed in clothing from different eras, all perfectly still, all watching me with the same black, empty eyes that Eleanor possessed. Their skin had the waxy sheen of taxidermy, their postures too rigid to be natural. And yet they were undeniably alive in some terrible way, their chests rising and falling with shallow breaths, their heads turning in unison to track my movements. "Your family," Eleanor said, her voice filled with a horrific pride. "Our family." Generations of Blackwoods, preserved by the house, their voices added to the chorus. What has the house done to them? I whispered. Enhanced them. Perfected them. Eleanor moved to stand beside a young man whose clothing style suggested the 1950s. She stroked his hair with skeletal fingers. Thomas here was the first. My brother. He came to check on me after Richard's death. The house took a liking to him. It doesn't allow its chosen ones to leave, you see. But it doesn't allow them to truly die, either. I backed away, unable to look away from the grotesque family gathering. This is insane. This can't be real. The house has existed for centuries, Eleanor continued as though I hadn't spoken. Built on land that was ancient when the first settlers arrived. Land that was sacred to some, forbidden to others. The indigenous people wouldn't set foot here. They knew. They could hear the voice in the earth. What voice? I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. Eleanor spread her arms wide. The house itself. The entity that lives within these walls, that is these walls. It hungers for connection, for family. It collects us, preserves us, makes us eternal. Her black eyes gleamed in the yellow light. And now it wants you. The last Blackwood. The final voice to complete the chorus. As she spoke, the preserved figures began to rise from their chairs, moving with the jerky, unnatural motions of marionettes. They formed a circle around me, their black eyes fixed on my face, their lips moving in perfect unison though no sound emerged. I clutched the journal tighter, backing away until I felt the wall behind me. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The circle of family members drew closer, their waxy hands extending toward me. And then, in a moment of desperate clarity, I understood. The journal. The record of everything that had happened. Eleanor had left it for me to find, had wanted me to come to the basement, to join the others willingly. The house worked through manipulation, through luring its victims deeper into its trap. What if I refused to play by its rules? With a sudden motion, I ripped pages from the journal and reached into my pocket for the matches I'd collected earlier for the candles. Eleanor's expression changed from smug satisfaction to alarm. "What are you doing?" she hissed, the pretense of familial affection dropping away. "Testing a theory," I said, striking a match. The flame caught, flickering in the still air of the basement. "This house, this entity, it preserves," you said. "It doesn't destroy. It collects. It keeps." I held the flame to the corner of a journal page. What happens if I start destroying parts of it instead? The effect was immediate and horrifying. As the page caught fire, a terrible screeching sound filled the air, emanating not from Eleanor or the preserved family members, but from the very walls themselves. The perfect replica of the entrance hall wavered like a mirage, the edges of reality becoming soft and uncertain. Eleanor lunged for me, her movements no longer human, but spider-like, too fast, too many angles. "Stop," she shrieked, her voice overlapping with dozens of others, all speaking through her mouth at once. "You don't know what you're doing." But I did. The house had shown me its nature through Eleanor's journal. It fed on preservation, on keeping things unchanged, eternal. Destruction was anathema to it. I dodged Eleanor's grasping hands and ran to the center of the room, still holding the burning pages. The preserved family members converged on me, but they moved slowly, their mummified bodies not built for speed. I touched the flame to more pages, and with each one that caught fire, the house's scream intensified. The floor beneath my feet began to tremble, the walls to ripple as though they were made of liquid rather than solid matter. Eleanor reached me, her fingers closing around my wrist with inhuman strength. "The house will never let you leave," she snarled, her face contorting into something less and less human with each passing second. "You belong to it now. You belong to us." "No," I said, meeting her black gaze steadily. "I don't." With my free hand, I struck another match and touched it to the remaining pages of the journal. The entire book went up in flames, and with it, Eleanor's grip on my wrist. She shrieked, recoiling as though the fire had burned her directly. The basement around me began to dissolve, the perfect replica melting away to reveal rough stone walls, dirt floors, and instead of preserved family members, skeletons, dozens of them, arranged in a circle, dressed in decaying finery from across the decades. The illusion was breaking down. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time, the burning journal still clutched in my hand. Behind me, the chorus of voices rose to a deafening pitch, no longer just in the walls, but seeming to come from every nail, every floorboard, every beam of the house itself. "Stay. Stay with US. Become forever." I reached the kitchen and slammed the basement door shut behind me. The handle burned cold under my palm, frost forming where my skin touched the metal. I released it quickly and backed away. The house was coming apart around me, the elegant veneer crumbling to reveal something ancient and terrible beneath. Wallpaper peeled away in long strips, exposing not plaster but a pulsing, organic material that glistened wetly in the light of my flashlight. The floorboards rippled like water disturbed by a stone. I ran for the front door, knowing it was futile but having nowhere else to go. To my shock, when I grasped the handle this time, it turned. The doors swung open, revealing the storm-lashed night beyond. I didn't question my good fortune. I bolted through the opening, down the steps, and into the driving rain. Behind me, Blackwood Manor contorted, the stately facade warping like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. Windows elongated into screaming mouths, the front door snapped shut like jaws, and the entire structure seemed to rear up, as though trying to tear itself from its foundations. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the muddy driveway before finding purchase. As I reached the bottom of the hill and turned onto the main road, I glanced in my rearview mirror. Blackwood Manor stood silhouetted against the storm-dark sky, once again appearing as nothing more than an old, decrepit mansion. But now I knew the truth that lurked behind its windows, within its walls. I drove through the night, putting as much distance between myself and that place as possible. When dawn broke, I was 3 counties away, pulled over at a roadside diner, my hands still trembling as I sipped a cup of coffee that I couldn't taste. My phone had regained service once I'd left the property. I had several missed calls from the lawyer handling Aunt Eleanor's estate. I called him back, not sure what I would say, how I could possibly explain what had happened. "Ah, Miss Blackwood," he answered, his voice tight with what sounded like carefully controlled panic. "I've been trying to reach you. There's been a development regarding your aunt's property." "What kind of development?" I asked, my voice raw from screaming. "Blackwood Manor burned to the ground last night," he said. "The fire department believes it was struck by lightning during the storm. There's nothing left but the foundation." I closed my eyes, relief washing over me in a wave so powerful I nearly dropped the phone. "What about? Were there any?" I couldn't bring myself to ask if they'd found bodies. "That's the strange thing," the lawyer continued. "They found human remains, dozens of them, arranged in a circle in what appears to have been a hidden chamber beneath the house. The authorities are treating it as a historical discovery. Some of the remains appear to be quite old, but they're launching an investigation." I said nothing, unsure how to respond. What could I possibly tell him that wouldn't sound completely insane? "The fire investigators found something else," he added after a moment. "In the center of the circle of remains, a leather-bound journal, completely untouched by the fire. They're treating it as evidence, but I caught a glimpse of it. It had your name on it, Miss Blackwood. Not your aunt's. Yours." A chill ran through me, colder than the rain, colder than Eleanor's touch. "That's not possible," I whispered. "I burned it. I watched it burn." "I'm sorry," the lawyer asked, not having heard me clearly. "Nothing," I said quickly. "Just processing." We spoke for a few more minutes, discussing practical matters, the investigation, the inheritance, which, with the house destroyed, consisted mainly of financial assets, and the need for me to give a statement to the authorities about my brief time on the property. After I hung up, I sat in my car, staring out at the brightening day. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean and new. But I knew the truth now. Some things cannot be destroyed by fire or time. Some hungers cannot be satisfied. I reached for my coffee cup and froze. There, on the table beside it, was a leather-bound journal that hadn't been there moments before. My name gleamed on the cover in fresh gold embossing. With trembling fingers, I opened it to the first page. An elegant, flowing script that was not my own. 5 words stood out against the cream paper. "The house is never truly gone." I closed the journal and look up at my reflection in the diner window. For just a moment, I see them standing behind me and Eleanor, the preserved family members, generations of Blackwoods. Their black eyes meet mine in the glass, and I realize the most terrible truth of all. I never escaped. The house let me think I had. It let me believe I was free. But the house is patient. The house is clever. The house is with me now wherever I go. I can feel it settling into my bones, making a home of my body just as it made a home of the land. Soon, I will begin to change. Soon, I will begin to preserve. Soon, I will bring the house new voices for its chorus. And you, my dear reader, have just heard my story, have just connected with me. The first thread of a bond has been formed. I do hope you'll invite me in when I come knocking at your door. After all, we're family now. Echoes in the walls. The rain had been falling for hours by the time I reached the gates of Thornwood Manor. Lightning split the sky, momentarily illuminating the imposing silhouette against the night. 3 stories of Victorian Gothic architecture loomed before me, all sharp angles and shadow, water streaming from the gargoyles perched along the roofline. I shouldn't have come. Every instinct told me to turn back, to retreat down the muddy driveway to where my car sat with its flat tire, to brave the storm and walk the 15 miles to the nearest town. Yet something pulled me forward, curiosity, perhaps, or a strange sense of inevitability. Uncle Richard had been dead for 6 months. The letter from his attorney had been unexpected, as was the news that I'd inherited his estate. I'd only met my reclusive great-uncle once as a child. A brief encounter that left me with nothing but the vague impression of a tall, gaunt figure and a lingering scent of pipe tobacco. The house must be occupied for a minimum of 1 night before the inheritance can be processed, the attorney had explained over the phone earlier that morning. An old stipulation in the family trust. Quite unusual, but legally binding. 1 night. That's all I needed to endure. Morning would bring the attorney, the paperwork, and the promise of financial freedom. I could sell this monstrosity and finally escape the crushing debt that had defined my life since college. The ancient key turned with surprising ease in the front door lock. It swung open with a low, prolonged creak that seemed to reach deep into the house's bones. The smell hit me immediately, musty and stale, with undertones of wood polish and something else, something faintly medicinal. "Hello." My voice sounded small in the cavernous foyer. "Anyone here?" The only response was a distant drip somewhere in the darkness. I fumbled along the wall until my fingers found a light switch. A massive crystal chandelier flickered to life overhead, casting warm light across marble floors and wood-paneled walls. Despite the grandeur, there was something profoundly unwelcoming about the space. I pulled my phone from my pocket. Still no signal, as expected. The battery was at 15%. I need to conserve it. My footsteps echoed as I moved deeper into the house, wheeling my suitcase behind me. The entrance hall opened into a grand sitting room on one side and a formal dining room on the other. Straight ahead, a sweeping staircase curved to the upper floors. Family portraits lined the walls, generations of stern-faced Thornwoods staring down with identical expressions of quiet disapproval. Thunder rumbled overhead as I stood at the base of the stairs, looking up. Something cold touched the back of my neck. Not a physical sensation, but a feeling. The distinct, uncomfortable awareness of being watched. I turned quickly. Nothing but antique furniture and heavy drapes. "Get it together," I muttered to myself, gripping the smooth wooden banister. It's just an old house. The stairs creaked beneath my weight as I ascended to the second floor. The landing branched into a long hallway lined with closed doors. The wallpaper was an ornate burgundy pattern that seemed to shift in the dim light, like something living just beneath the surface. I tried the first door on my left. A bedroom, untouched and immaculate, clearly a guest room. The bed was covered in a thick quilt, and heavy curtains framed the windows. It would do for the night. After bringing my suitcase in and setting my phone to charge with my portable battery pack, I decided to explore a bit. If this place was truly mine now, I should at least know what I owned. The house was larger than it appeared from outside, with oddly arranged rooms that defied the expected floor plan. Some doors opened into spacious chambers, while others revealed cramped storage spaces filled with peculiar items. Taxidermy animals in various states of decay, collections of antique medical instruments, jars containing specimens I couldn't identify. In a library, I found leather-bound volumes in languages I didn't recognize. The kitchen was surprisingly modern, though clearly in use for months. A thin layer of dust covered the marble countertops. As I wandered, the storm intensified. Rain lashed against the windows with increasing violence, and electricity flickered twice before stabilizing. I found myself constantly turning to look over my shoulder, certain I'd glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision. It was nearing 9 p.m. when I first heard it, a soft thump from somewhere upstairs, directly above the library where I'd settled with a book. I froze, listening. Nothing. Then thump, like something heavy falling to the floor. Probably just the house settling. I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally strained even to my own ears. But houses don't settle with such deliberate rhythm, do they? Thump, thump, thump. I set the book down and stood. The sound had stopped. I waited, holding my breath, but heard nothing beyond the storm outside. Curiosity overcame apprehension, and I headed upstairs to investigate. The third floor was colder than the rest of the house, noticeably colder. My breath fogged before me as I reached the landing. Unlike the well-maintained lower floors, this level showed signs of neglect. The wallpaper peeled in places, and water stains marked the ceiling. I followed the narrow hallway, trying doors as I went. Most were locked, but one opened to reveal what appeared to be a child's bedroom. This struck me as odd. Uncle Richard had never married or had children, as far as I knew. The room was frozen in time. Toys from the 1950s arranged neatly on shelves, a small bed with a faded blue coverlet, a rocking horse in the corner. Everything was coated in dust except for a single teddy bear sitting in the center of the bed. It looked recently placed, its fur clean and bright against the dull surroundings. I backed out of the room slowly, pulling the door shut. As it clicked closed, I heard it again, thump. But this time, it came from behind me. I whirled around. The hallway stretched empty in both directions. Hello. My voice cracked. Is someone there? The silence that followed felt loaded, expectant. Then the temperature dropped further, cold enough that my teeth began to chatter. The lights flickered once, twice, and went out. Darkness enveloped me completely. I fumbled for my phone, cursing myself for leaving it charging in the bedroom. The darkness was absolute. No ambient light from windows, no emergency fixtures. Then I felt it, a light touch on my shoulder, like fingers gently resting there. I screamed and lurched forward, stumbling blindly down the hallway. My hands found a wall, then a door frame. I pushed through, slamming the door behind me. In the pitch blackness, I heard my own ragged breathing. And then, impossibly, a whisper. You came back. The voice was close, too close, like lips pressed against my ear. I scrambled backward until I hit another wall, my heart hammering against my ribs. Light suddenly flooded the room as electricity returned. I found myself in what appeared to be an old study. Bookshelves lined the walls, and a massive desk dominated the center of the room. Paper was scattered across its surface as if someone had been working there moments before. I force myself to take deep breaths, fighting against rising panic. "There's nothing here," I said aloud. "You're scaring yourself." As my pulse slowed, I approached the desk. The papers were covered in tight, cramped handwriting. Uncle Richard journals dated over several decades. I picked up the most recent volume, flipping it open to an entry from just days before his death. It's getting worse. The sounds in the walls, the cold spots, the whispers. I've tried sealing the rooms on the third floor, but it always finds a way out. The medication doesn't help anymore. I see her even when I'm awake now. Always watching, always waiting. She says she forgives me, but her eyes tell a different story. I close the journal, a cold knot forming in my stomach. Uncle Richard had clearly been suffering from some form of dementia or psychiatric condition toward the end. That explained the medicinal smell. He'd likely been under home health care. Just as I set the journal down, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The high, sweet laughter of a child, echoing from somewhere deep in the house. I left the study quickly, suddenly desperate to return to my room. The rational part of my mind suggested it might be the wind or pipes contracting in the cold, but it had sounded so distinctly human. The second-floor hallway was now bathed in moonlight streaming through tall windows. Outside, the storm continued to rage, but breaks in the clouds allowed periodic illumination. I hurried toward my room, but stopped short at the sight of wet footprints on the hardwood floor. Small footprints, like those of a child, leading from the staircase to a door at the end of the hall. I approached slowly, following the trail. The footprints ended at a door I hadn't noticed during my earlier exploration, narrow, with peeling white paint. It was slightly ajar. Against my better judgment, I pushed it open. A service staircase stretched downward into darkness. The air that wafted up was damp and carried a faint, unpleasant odor, like wet soil and something organic decaying. I should have gone back to my room. I should have locked the door, called the attorney on my dying phone, and demanded to be released from this bizarre inheritance stipulation. Instead, I found myself descending the stairs, one hand trailing along the rough stone wall for balance. The stairs seemed to go down much further than they should have, well below what would have been the ground floor. The air grew colder and damper with each step. When I finally reached the bottom, I found myself in a narrow corridor lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. The walls were rough stone, and water trickled down them in places. 3 doors lined the corridor, simple wooden doors with rusted iron hinges. All were closed except for the last one, which stood open just enough to reveal darkness beyond. As I moved toward it, the light overhead flickered and dimmed. Something crunched beneath my feet, broken glass for what looked like old specimen jars. In the faltering light, I could make out faded labels. Specimen 12, cerebral tissue, specimen 17, ocular material. My stomach lurched. What kind of research had Uncle Richard been conducting? The final door swung open as I approached, as if inviting me in. The room beyond was larger than I expected, circular in shape with a high, domed ceiling. Unlike the crude corridor, this space had been finished with obvious care. Wood panels on the walls, a polished floor, even crown molding around the ceiling. The only furniture was a small table in the center with a record player on it. As I entered, the record player crackled to life. A melody filled the room, a music box playing a lullaby I recognized immediately but couldn't name. The tune was haunting in its simplicity. "Hello," I called, my voice swallowed by the peculiar acoustics of the room. "Is anyone here?" The music stopped abruptly. In the silence that followed, I heard breathing, not my own, but the soft, steady breathing of someone else in the room with me. "Who's there?" I demanded, spinning around to face the empty air. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost began forming on the wooden panels. My breath clouded before me in thick white plumes. Then I saw her, a little girl standing in the corner where no one had been moments before. She wore a blue dress that might once have been pretty, but now hung in tatters around her thin frame. Her hair was dark and matted against her skull. She stood with her back to me, perfectly still. "Hello." I managed, my voice barely a whisper. "Are you lost?" The child didn't respond, didn't move, but the air around her seemed to warp and shift, as if reality itself was bending in her presence. Slowly, terribly, she began to turn. I ran. I didn't wait to see her face. Some deep, primal instinct took over, and I fled up the service stairs, taking them two at a time, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop when I reached the hallway, didn't slow until I'd reached my bedroom and slammed the door behind me. I leaned against it, trembling violently. My mind raced with explanations. A vagrant child sheltering from the storm. A hallucination brought on by stress and the strange environment. A dream. Yes, perhaps I dozed off while reading, and this was all some vivid nightmare. My phone sat on the nightstand, fully charged now. The screen showed 11:47 p.m. and still no signal. I picked it up with shaking hands and opened the camera app. If nothing else, I could document whatever was happening. That's when I saw it. A reflection in the black screen before the camera activated. A small face peering over my shoulder. I screamed and dropped the phone, spinning around to find nothing. The room was empty. The phone had landed face up on the carpet. As I bent to retrieve it, I noticed something on the screen, not a crack from the fall, but a text document that had somehow opened. Words were appearing, one by one, as if someone were typing. "I know what you did." I watched, paralyzed, as more words formed. "You can't hide from me, Richard." "I'm not Richard," I whispered. "Richard is dead." The typing stopped. Then, "Liar." I dropped the phone again and backed away. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. A sharp knocking sound came from inside the closet. 3 precise knocks, then silence. I glanced frantically around the room for a weapon, anything to defend myself. The bedside lamp would have to do. I unplugged it and held it like a club, approaching the closet door with faltering steps. "Who's there?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm not Richard. My name is..." The knocking came again, louder this time. I reached for the handle and, after a moment's hesitation, yanked the door open. The closet was empty except for a few wire hangers and, on the floor, a small wooden box I hadn't noticed when I'd unpacked earlier. It was intricately carved with what looked like family crests and symbols I didn't recognize. The knocking had stopped. I set down the lamp and, with trembling fingers, lifted the box. It was surprisingly heavy, and something inside shifted as I moved it. I carried it to the bed and sat down, turning it over in my hands. There was no obvious latch or opening mechanism. As I examined the box, I became aware of a strange sensation, a subtle vibration coming from within like a tiny heartbeat. And it was warm to the touch, warmer than it should have been. I found the hidden catch by accident, pressing a specific carved symbol that caused the lid to spring open. Inside was a stack of yellowed photographs, and beneath them, a small leather-bound book. The top photograph showed a man I recognized as a younger Uncle Richard standing beside a little girl, the same girl I'd seen in the basement. She was smiling in the photo, her face bright and alive. They stood in front of Thornwood Manor, which looked much the same as it did now, though the gardens were better maintained. I flipped through more photos. The girl playing in the garden, the girl sitting at a piano, Richard and the girl in what appeared to be a laboratory setting with medical equipment around them. The final photograph made my breath catch. It showed the same girl lying on a table, eyes closed, with medical equipment attached to her head. Richard stood beside her, looking not at the camera but at the child, his expression unreadable. I set the photos aside with unsteady hands and picked up the book. It was a research journal filled with technical language I couldn't fully understand. Notations about consciousness transference, neural mapping, and temporal displacement. One passage stood out. Subject continues to deteriorate despite interventions. Brain activity remains high even as bodily functions fail. The transfer process is ready, but ethical considerations plague me. Is it right to proceed without consent? She is too young to understand, and her parents have abandoned all hope. They've left her in my care with the understanding that my methods are unconventional. They don't want details. They want only for their daughter to survive in some form. A later entry read, "Transfer complete. Neural pattern stable in the new medium. Physical body ceased functioning at 11:47 p.m. Memory encoding appears successful, but emotional patterning is unpredictable. She is confused, angry. She doesn't understand what's happened to her. I've tried to explain that this was the only way to save her, but she wants her body back. I don't think she fully comprehends that it's gone." The final entry, dated just days before Uncle Richard's death. She's found ways to manipulate the electrical systems, to move objects. Her power grows daily. I fear I've created something I can no longer control. She blames me for her condition, perhaps rightly so. I've left instructions with my attorney for my heir. The house must be occupied. The systems maintaining her consciousness require human presence to function properly. If the house remains empty too long, the backup power will fail, and she will simply cease. I cannot bring myself to do that to her, despite everything. She was just a child I failed to save properly. I closed the journal, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. People couldn't transfer consciousness into what? The house itself? Some kind of computer system? A soft giggle from behind me sent ice through my veins. "You're not Uncle Richard," said a sweet, childish voice. "But you have his face, his eyes." I turned slowly. The girl stood at the foot of the bed, more solid than she'd appeared in the basement. In the lamplight, I could see her face clearly, a face that bore an unsettling resemblance to my own. The same eyes, the same jawline. "Who are you?" I whispered. "My name is Emily," she said. "Emily Thornwood. Richard was my uncle too, which makes you my cousin, I think." "That's not possible. You would be 74 years old," she finished for me. "If I'd lived. But I didn't. Not really." She moved closer, and I noticed how the air seemed to distort around her, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. "Uncle Richard tried to save me," she continued. "I was dying of brain tumor. Inoperable, they said, but Uncle Richard was brilliant. He thought he could save my mind, even if my body was beyond help." Lightning flashed outside, briefly illuminating the room in harsh white light. In that instant, Emily's appearance changed. Her face gaunt and skull-like, her eyes hollow pits, her dress sodden with what could only be blood. I scrambled backward on the bed, pressing myself against the headboard. "What do you want from me?" I managed to ask. Emily's form stabilized, returning to the more solid-looking child. "Company," she said simply. It's lonely here. Uncle Richard stayed with me for years, but then he started taking those pills that made it hard for him to see me. And then he died. She said this matter-of-factly, without emotion. The lawyer told me I only needed to stay one night. I said carefully. Emily's expression darkened. One night to claim the inheritance. But the inheritance is me. Don't you understand? You're my caretaker now. The house is alive with me in it. The lights flickered violently, and a framed picture on the wall crashed to the floor. If you leave, she continued, her voice taking on an echoing quality, everything shuts down. I shut down. I'll die again. Properly this time. I can't stay here forever, I said, a note of desperation entering my voice. I have a life, a job. Uncle Richard managed, she cut in. He went out during the day, sometimes. But he always came back. He had to come back. The implications hit me with nauseating force. This inheritance wasn't a gift. It was a prison sentence. A lifetime responsibility to maintain whatever Uncle Richard had created. There must be another way, I said. Some way to help you move on, or move on. Emily's laugh was chilling. I'm not a ghost. I'm not trapped here in the spiritual sense. I am here. My consciousness is wired into the electrical systems, the computers hidden in the walls. Uncle Richard built it all for me, as if to demonstrate. Every light in the room brightened to an almost painful intensity, then dimmed to a soft glow. See, she said, smiling, I can control it all now. It took practice, but I've had decades to learn. I thought back to the journal entries, to Richard's increasing fear of what he'd created. Have you hurt anyone, Emily? Her expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Only those who try to shut me down, she said softly. The nurse who unplugged my primary systems. The repairman who nearly cut my backup power supply. Uncle Richard understood, eventually. He knew I was just protecting myself. A horrible suspicion formed in my mind. Did you hurt Uncle Richard? Emily looked away. His heart was failing. He couldn't take care of me properly anymore. He was going to bring in specialists who wouldn't understand what I need, who might have shut me down thinking they were being merciful. So you killed him, I whispered. I helped him, she corrected, her form flickering like a bad television signal. And now you're here to take his place. Family taking care of family. That's what he always said was important. My mind raced for a way out of this nightmare. I couldn't stay here, trapped as caretaker to this digital ghost, this artificial intelligence with the mind of a long-dead child. But if what she said was true, leaving would effectively kill her. I need time, I said finally. Time to understand all of this. Emily's expression softened. Of course, it's a lot to take in, but you will stay tonight. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Good. She smiled. I prepared a surprise for you. In the North Wing drawing room. You should go see. Without waiting for my response, she flickered and vanished like a light being switched off. I sat frozen on the bed for several minutes, trying to process everything. Then, driven by a mix of fear and morbid curiosity, I left the bedroom and made my way through the dark halls toward the North Wing. The drawing room doors were open, soft light spilling out into the corridor. As I approached, I heard music, the same lullaby from the basement, but played on a piano now. I stepped into the doorway and froze. The drawing room had been transformed. Dozens of candles illuminated the space, casting warm light across the antique furniture. Seated at the grand piano was Emily, her fingers moving across the keys with practiced ease. But it wasn't Emily that made my blood run cold. It was the other figures in the room, translucent, flickering forms of men and women in clothing from various eras. They milled about the space as if at a party, their voices a faint, staticky murmur I could almost make out. Emily noticed me and stopped playing. The other figures continued their ghostly socializing, unaware of the interruption. "Do you like it?" she asked eagerly. "I've been working on them for years. They're not as complete as I am. Just echoes, really, constructed from photographs and diary entries and letters. The house's previous occupants." I stared in horror at the spectral gathering. "What are they?" "Company," Emily said simply. "For when Uncle Richard was away. He couldn't see them. They're not as sophisticated as I am, but they helped with the loneliness." She gestured toward one figure in particular, a tall, gaunt man with a familiar face. My breath caught as I recognized him from the photographs. "Uncle Richard. He's still here too, in a way," Emily explained. "Not like me. He died naturally, so I couldn't save his consciousness. But I had enough data to create a decent simulation." The Richard figure turned toward me, its movements slightly jerky, like stop-motion animation. Its mouth opened and closed, but the words that emerged seemed to come from all around. "You have his eyes. My eyes. The Thornwood eyes." I backed away from the doorway. "This is insane." Emily's expression hardened. "This is evolution. Uncle Richard was ahead of his time. He found a way to cheat death. Don't you see how miraculous that is?" "But you're not alive," I said, the words escaping before I could stop them. "Not really." The candles flared suddenly, flames shooting toward the ceiling. The spectral figures distorted, their forms stretching and twisting into grotesque shapes. "I am alive." Emily's voice boomed from every direction at once, the house itself seeming to vibrate with her rage. "More alive than you understand." Objects began to fly across the room. Books, ornaments, furniture. The windows shattered inward, allowing the storm to intrude. Rain and wind whipped through the space as Emily rose from the piano bench, her form growing, darkening, filling the room. I ran. Behind me, the house erupted into chaos. Lights exploded, doors slammed. The very floor beneath my feet trembled. I raced for the front door, no longer caring about the storm outside or the inheritance or anything except escape. As I reached the foyer, the massive chandelier crashed down mere inches from where I stood. I dodged past it and grabbed the door handle, yanking with all my strength. It wouldn't budge. "You can't leave me." Emily's voice surrounded me, her rage palpable in the electrified air. "I won't be alone again." The front door splintered beneath my desperate assault, and I stumbled out into the raging storm. Rain lashed at my face as I ran down the gravel driveway, not daring to look back. Behind me, Thornwood Manor lit up like a beacon, every window blazing with unnatural light. The sound that followed me wasn't the thunder. It was Emily's scream, a child's anguish amplified to inhuman proportions. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely fit them into the ignition. The engine roared to life. The flat tire had been a lie, a manipulation to get me inside. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. Thornwood Manor was dark again, a looming shadow against the night sky. Standing in the center of the driveway was a small figure in a blue dress, growing smaller as I drove away. My phone rang, an impossibility given the lack of service. I answered without thinking. "You forgot something." Emily's voice came through, clear as if she were sitting beside me. "Family takes care of family." Uncle Richard understood that, in the end. The call disconnected. The car's electrical system surged, the dashboard lighting up with warnings before going completely dark. The engine died. I coasted to a stop at the bottom of the hill, a mile from the house, but still on the property. In the sudden silence, I heard my own ragged breathing, and beneath that, a soft, rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat. I switched on my phone's flashlight and directed it toward the passenger seat. The wooden box sat there, lid open. Inside, nestled where the photographs had been, was a small device emitting a soft blue glow. It pulsed with that same rhythmic pattern. My phone screen lit up with a text message. "I'm coming with you." I stared at the box in horror, understanding dawning. Whatever Richard had built, whatever system housed Emily's consciousness, it wasn't just in the house. There was a portable component, a backup perhaps, or an extension. And now it was in my car. The engine suddenly roared back to life. The radio turned on, cycling through stations before settling on a lullaby, that same haunting melody. "We're going to be so happy together." Emily's voice came through the speakers, sweet and childlike again. "You won't leave me like the others did. I won't let you." The car began to move forward, accelerating even though my feet were nowhere near the pedals. In the rearview mirror, Thornwood Manor receded into the distance. But as I watched, helpless, a small figure appeared in the back seat. Emily, smiling at me through the reflection. "Where should we go first, cousin?" she asked, her hand coming to rest on my shoulder. Her touch was cold, but undeniably solid. "We have all the time in the world now." The car sped into the night, carrying us both away from Thornwood Manor. But I understood the terrible truth. I hadn't escaped at all. The house hadn't been my inheritance. Emily had, and now she would never let me go. The end. The blackout. I don't know why I'm recording this. Maybe I hope someone will find it. Maybe I just need to feel like I'm talking to someone, anyone, even if it's just a future version of myself, provided there's one. It's been 37 hours since the power went out in my apartment building. At first, I wasn't concerned. Power outages happen, especially during summer heat waves like this one. But now I know this isn't a normal blackout. Nothing about this is normal. You probably think I'm being dramatic. I would have thought so too 2 days ago. Just another person overreacting to a minor inconvenience. But you're not here. You don't see what I see. You don't hear what I hear. Let me start from the beginning. Tuesday evening. I had just returned from work, sweating through my shirt after the 6-block walk from the subway station. My apartment was mercifully cool, the air conditioning humming loudly as it fought against the 95-degree heat outside. I remember thinking I should probably replace the filter soon. I dropped my bag, kicked off my shoes, and headed straight for the refrigerator. I was reaching for a cold drink when everything went dark. The refrigerator's hum ceased. My living room fan sputtered to a stop, and the blessed, cool air stopped flowing. "Damn it," I muttered, fumbling for my phone to use as a flashlight. The first hour wasn't so bad. I opened the windows, letting in the evening air, which was finally starting to cool. I lit some candles, found my emergency power bank, and texted my building manager. "Power outage. Any word on when it might be restored?" I received a swift reply. "Working on it. Whole block is down. Hopefully back on by morning." That was the last message I received from anyone. As darkness settled, I noticed something odd. Looking out my window on the 8th floor, I could see buildings in the distance with their lights still on. Only our immediate area seemed affected. I tried checking a local outage map, but my cellular data was suddenly unreliable. Websites wouldn't load. Texts wouldn't send. Eventually, I gave up and went to bed early, falling asleep to the distant sound of traffic and the occasional siren. I woke to darkness and oppressive heat. My sheets were damp with sweat. The power was still out, and now my phone showed no signal at all. I checked the time, 5:47 a.m. Something fell off. Even at this early hour, there should have been some noise, early commuters, delivery trucks, the occasional car horn. But I heard nothing. Complete silence. I went to the window and looked down at the street. Empty. Not a single car or pedestrian. That's when I noticed the smell. Faint at first, like overripe fruit or meat left too long in the trash. I assumed it was coming from my own refrigerator, which had been without power for hours now. I went to check, opening the door and quickly closing it again. The smell wasn't coming from there. It was coming from somewhere else in the building. I decided to go downstairs and check with my neighbors or the doorman. I threw on some clothes, grabbed my keys and phone, still no signal, and stepped into the hallway. The emergency lights were on, casting a dim red glow that made the hallway look like something from a nightmare. The smell was stronger here, much stronger, and there was something else, a low, barely audible hum that seemed to vibrate through the walls themselves. I walked to the elevator before remembering it wouldn't be working. I headed for the stairwell instead, pushing open the heavy door. The stairwell was pitch black. I turned on my phone's flashlight and began my descent. The smell grew stronger with each floor. By the time I reached the 5th floor, I was breathing through my sleeve, trying not to gag. Between the 4th and 3rd floors, I heard something, a soft, shuffling sound, like someone dragging their feet across concrete. I stopped, holding my breath. "Hello," I called out. "Is someone there?" No response, but the shuffling stopped. For a moment, I stood frozen, my heart hammering in my chest. Then I heard again, this time above me. Someone was in the stairwell, moving down from the upper floors. I quickened my pace, nearly running down the remaining stairs until I reached the lobby. I pushed through the door, expecting to find the doorman at his desk. The lobby was empty. Not just empty of people, but emptier than it should have been. The furniture was gone. The small sofa where delivery people sometimes waited, the coffee table with magazines, the potted plants that flanked the entrance. All gone, leaving only dust outlines where they had been. The front doors were chained shut from the inside. Heavy chains with a padlock the size of my fist. This made no sense. Who would chain the doors from the inside? How would people get out in an emergency? I tried Peter's office, our building manager, but it was locked. I knocked, then pounded when there was no answer. That's when I noticed the bulletin board next to his office. Where there had once been notices about package deliveries and building maintenance, there was now a single sheet of paper. It looked like it had been printed on a dying printer, the text faded and streaked. Remain in your apartments. Do not attempt to leave the building. Do not interact with other residents. Emergency services are being dispatched. The paper had no date, no signature, no official letterhead. Just those words in stark black on white. I was contemplating my next move when I heard the stairwell door open behind me. I turned, expecting to see another resident. It wasn't a resident. I don't know how to describe what I saw. My mind keeps trying to reshape the memory into something that makes sense, but it doesn't. It wasn't a person, not really. It had the general shape of one, but moved wrong, like each joint was bending in directions joints shouldn't bend. Its skin, if you could call it that, seemed to ripple and shift, as if whatever was inside couldn't quite maintain its form. And its face, God, its face. I ran, not toward the chain doors, but to the service entrance at the back of the lobby. I slammed through the door into a narrow corridor that led to the garbage room and a back exit. The exit was chained too, but these chains looked hastily applied, with gaps large enough that I might be able to squeeze through. As I approached, I heard that shuffling sound again, this time from behind the door. Multiple shuffling sounds, like a group of people or things that weren't quite people, moving around just on the other side. I backed away and darted into the garbage room instead. The smell here was overwhelming, but it wasn't garbage. It was that same rotting sweetness I noticed earlier, now so potent I could taste it. The room was nearly dark, lit only by a small window high on the wall. As my eyes adjusted, I saw that the dumpsters had been pushed against the walls, creating an open space in the center. And in that space was a hole in the floor. Not a hole made by damage or decay. This was deliberately created. The concrete had been broken away, revealing dark earth beneath, and the earth had been dug out, forming a tunnel that descended steeply downward. From this hole came the smell, and now I could hear that humming sound again, louder here, pulsing like a heartbeat. I approached cautiously, fighting every instinct that told me to run. The tunnel was about 4 feet in diameter, its walls unnaturally smooth, as if melted rather than dug. It curved downward and out of sight. Something glinted in the dirt at the edge. I reached down and picked up a key card. It belonged to Mrs. Abernathy from apartment 3B, an elderly woman who always smiled at me in the elevator. I'd seen her just yesterday carrying groceries. I pocketed the key card and backed away from the hole, suddenly certain I was in terrible danger. As I turned to leave, my flashlight caught something on the wall that made my blood freeze. Handprints, dozens of them at various heights, made in what looked like dried blood. And among them, familiar ones, small ones that must have belonged to the Chun family's twin daughters from 2, larger ones that could have been the handyman's distinctive wide palms. I fled the garbage room, closing the door behind me. I needed to get back to my apartment to barricade myself in and think. The corridor was still empty, but as I reached for the door back to the lobby, I heard voices on the other side. Multiple voices, speaking in unison in a language I didn't recognize. I froze, holding my breath. The voices grew louder, and shadows moved in the crack beneath the door. They were right on the other side. With no other option, I went the only way left, deeper into the service area. The corridor led past storage rooms and utility closets, eventually reaching a service elevator I'd never used. To my surprise, its doors were open and the interior lights were on. Power. This part of the building had power. I hesitated, listening for pursuers, then stepped into the elevator. There were only 2 buttons, up and down. I pressed up, hoping it would take me back to my floor where I could gather some belongings and figure out how to escape this nightmare. The elevator lurched into motion, but instead of going up, it went down. The button I'd pressed had changed to down as soon as I released it. The elevator descended for what felt like too long. My building only had 1 basement level, but this elevator kept going down, down, down. The hum I'd been hearing grew louder and the smell stronger. The temperature rose steadily until I was sweating through my clothes again. When the elevator finally stopped, the doors opened onto a vast, dimly lit space that could not possibly exist beneath my apartment building. It looked like a natural cave that had been expanded and modified. The floors were smooth concrete, but the walls and ceiling were rough stone, glistening with moisture. Industrial lights hung from chains, creating pools of yellow illumination amid deep shadows. And people, my neighbors, were working there, Mrs. Abernathy was operating some kind of pump mechanism. The Chin twins were carrying small containers, to and from a large vat that bubbled with something dark. The handyman was feeding what looked like personal belongings into a grinder. I recognized a jacket that belonged to the college student from 5D. None of them reacted to my presence. They moved mechanically, their eyes vacant, their expressions blank. Some had visible injuries, cuts, burns, broken fingers, but they showed no sign of pain. In the center of this space was a structure that defied logic. It resembled a tower made of flesh and metal, pulsing with a sickly light. Tubes ran from it to the workers, connected to the backs of their necks. I must have made a sound, a gasp or whimper, because as one, every person in that cavernous space stopped what they were doing and turned toward me. Their movements were synchronized, puppets controlled by a single puppeteer. Then they began walking toward me, slowly but purposefully. A lunge for the elevator buttons, pounding up repeatedly. The doors began to close, agonizingly slowly. Just before they shut completely, I saw Mrs. Abernathy's face press against the gap, her eyes suddenly clear and aware. "Run," she whispered. "It's beneath everything. Always has been." The elevator ascended, but I didn't trust it to take me where I wanted to go. At the first stop, which appeared to be a sublevel I hadn't known existed, I forced the doors open and squeezed through. I found myself in a maintenance tunnel with pipes running along the ceiling. Emergency lights cast enough glow to navigate by. I followed the tunnel, hoping it would lead to a way out. After what felt like hours of walking through a maze of tunnels, I found a ladder leading up. I climbed it and pushed open a hatch, emerging into what I recognized as the alley behind my building. It was night again. I had lost track of time completely. The city was different, silent and empty, like everyone had vanished. The buildings around mine were dark, but in the distance, I could see lights and movement. I started walking toward them, desperate to find help or at least answers. I didn't make it far. 3 blocks from my building, I encountered a barrier. Not a physical one. I could see through it like looking through clear gelatin. But when I tried to step through, it felt solid, pushing back with increasing force the harder I pressed. I was trapped in a bubble encompassing several blocks around my building. And I wasn't alone. Others were there. Neighbors I recognized and strangers who must have been caught in the same trap. Some wandered aimlessly, while others pounded against the invisible barrier, screaming for help that couldn't hear them. And there were the others, the not quite people I'd glimpsed in the stairwell. They moved among us, sometimes ignoring the humans, sometimes herding them back toward the buildings. I hid, watching, trying to understand. Night became day, then night again. I found food in abandoned apartments and stores. I discovered that the not people, I've started calling them wardens, were most active at night and seemed to be gathering people systematically, taking them back to the buildings. Through careful observation, I learned that the wardens couldn't see well in daylight. They relied on sound and some other sense I can't identify. If I moved quietly and stayed in bright spots during the day, I could avoid them. That's how I've survived for the past 37 hours. Moving between hiding spots, gathering supplies, and trying to find a way out. I've tried digging under the barrier, climbing over it on fire escapes that intersect with it, even breaking through walls of buildings that straddle the boundary. Nothing works. And all the while, that hum continues, growing louder each hour. I can feel it in my teeth, in my bones. I've found others who are still themselves, not vacant-eyed workers like those in the cave. We've formed a small group, sharing information and resources. One of them, a city engineer named Maya, believes the barrier is expanding slowly, a few inches each day. They're creating something, she told me, using us to build it or fuel it. And once it's done, the barrier will come down and they'll move outward. Another, a high school physics teacher named Paul, has a different theory. We're not in our world anymore, he insisted. That elevator, those tunnels, they're transitions. We've been moved somewhere else that just looks like our city. I don't know who's right. All I know is that the number of normal people is dwindling, while the ranks of the vacant-eyed workers grow. Sometimes we see them emerging from buildings in the early morning, carrying strange objects to other locations within our prison. Yesterday, Maya went missing. We found her key card outside my building, right where I found Mrs. Abernathy's. Today, Paul started complaining of headaches and showing bizarre bruising on the back of his neck. Tonight, I'm alone again, hiding in an abandoned cafe 2 blocks from my building. I've barricaded the doors and windows as best I can. I have food and water for maybe 2 more days. And I've noticed something new. The hum has changed pitch. It's higher now, more urgent. And there's a vibration in the ground that wasn't there before, like distant machinery working at high speed. Something is coming to fruition. Their project, whatever it is nearing completion. As I record this, I can see movement on the street. The wardens are gathering, more than I've ever seen in one place. They're facing east toward a glow on the horizon that isn't the sun. It's too red, too pulsating. And now they're starting to make a sound. Not speech, but a kind of singing that makes my insides feel like they're being rearranged. It's responding to the hum, harmonizing with it in a way that suggests communication. I think I understand now. The barrier, the workers, the tunnels, they're not the project. They're just infrastructure. The real purpose is whatever is approaching from the east, drawn by this song. Wait, something's happening. The barrier is changing color, becoming visible as a shimmering curtain of energy. And it's contracting, not expanding, moving inward, hurting everyone remaining toward the center, toward my building. I need to move. I need to find a new hiding place, deeper, more secure. But before I go, let me tell you one more thing, something I've been afraid to admit even to myself. Last night, I dreamed I was in that cave again, working alongside my neighbors. In the dream, I wasn't afraid. I was content, filled with purpose. The tower of flesh and metal spoke to me, not in words, but in feelings and images. It showed me what's coming, what's almost here now. And in the dream, I welcomed it. I woke up with blood on my pillowcase and a small wound on the back of my neck that I can't reach to examine properly. It's tender to the touch and feels wet when I press it. The singing outside is getting louder. The building is shaking. I think I hear footsteps on the stairs leading to this cafe. If you're hearing this, if you're still free, there's only one piece of advice I can give you. Check the back of your neck. Right now, if you feel anything, any bump, any tenderness, any wetness, then it's already too late for you. It might already be too late for all of us. The door is opening. They found me, but I'm not afraid anymore. I want to go home. I want to go back to work. The tower is singing to me, and its song is beautiful. Wait, no, that's not right. I don't want this. I don't. God, my head hurts. The pain is blinding. I can't think straight. They're here now, standing around me. Their faces are changing, becoming clearer. They look almost human now, almost familiar. One of them is reaching for me. Its hand is cool against my cheek, comforting. I understand now. I've always understood. The hum isn't from the tower. The hum is coming from inside me. From inside all of us. We've always been part of it. And now it's time to wake up. I'm so sorry. Check your neck. It's already there. It's always been there. and it's waking up.